Слава навіки.
Glory to Jesus Christ. Hello, my name is Father Roman Fijas, and on behalf of the Institute of Ecumenical Studies, which is organizing this, I invite everyone to join us both on-site and online. This is our event called Eastern Catholic Churches, Can They Speak with One Voice? We will have this conference held in two languages, English and Ukrainian. So depending on what language you would like to hear, you should choose the respective button on in the interpretation menu.
In Ukrainian and in English. If you want to follow us in English, please choose the button translation and choose the language English. Нашу конференцію сьогодні будемо розпочинати
Our conference will start with a prayer, and I would like to invite the most reverend Father Gleb. Bishop Gleb, you're welcome, please.
Добре, тоді ми попросимо нашого...
If he's not connected.
Пресвященний владико, чи можете
In that case, most reverend bishop, could you please start our conference?
Сина і Святого Духа, амінь. Ім'я Отця і Сина і Святого Духа, амінь. Царю Небесний, утішитель душі істини, що всюди єси і все наповняєш. Скарби дібр і життя подателю. Прийди і вселися в нас, і очисти нас від усякої скверни, і спаси благий душі наші. Пресвятая Богородице,
спаси нас. Ім'я Отця і Сина і Святого Духа. Амінь. Щиро дякую, владико, за присутність і за молитву.
Thank you for your presence and for the prayer, and thank you for joining the initiatives of our institute. And Reverend Gleb was the head of the liturgical commission of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, and therefore the matters of liturgy are very important for him. If you wish to say a couple of words to commence our second day of the conference, you're welcome. Well, first of all, I would like to wish you the very fruitful and effective conference, because the topic of all Eastern churches speaking with one language, speaking with one voice, this is about not just the language of diplomacy or any other language, like the language of theology, for example. This is the language of liturgy, because we unite with God in prayer, and that's the moment when we unite with each other, and that's why prayer is the most important element of our communication and of any discussion about the communion or ecumenical movement or anything like that. So that's what I wish you. I wish you effective work today with all the gifts of the Holy Spirit can grant you. Well, thank you very much, Most Reverend Bishop Gleb. And now it's time to start the second part of our conference, where we will be speaking about the Eastern Catholic Churches. During the first part of this conference yesterday, we talked about the historical aspects of how the Eastern Catholic churches were established, what were the preconditions of unity and communion, and how these churches were looking for unity with Rome and their Orthodox brothers, and how now we'll be talking about the voice of Eastern Catholic churches today. First, we will be talking about the liturgical aspect, because this is something very sensitive for all Eastern Catholic churches. And despite the fact that we don't have power supply to our theological department in St. John Paul II Avenue in Lviv, and that is because the Russian troops attacked critical infrastructure of Ukrainian cities and villages. But nevertheless, we found a way to make our conference work online, and I'm grateful to our media team for helping us in that. Today's first part of the conference will host 3 speakers, and we will be able to take 1-2 questions after each speakers, and then we will have a longer discussion after all the speakers. So our first speaker is Reverend Dr. Vasily Rudenko, who is the senior lecturer of the liturgical department of the Ukrainian Catholic University. He presented his PhD thesis in Einstein in Germany, and he's been effectively working in the liturgical commission of the Ukrainian and Greek Catholic Church. And his report will be on the topic of Latinization and de-Latinization in the Eastern Catholic churches. So the microphone is yours. Glory to Jesus Christ, Right Reverend Bishop, Reverend and Honorable Fathers and attendees of the conference. So in the context of the question whether Eastern Catholic churches could speak with one voice, there's this phenomenon which is usually used to describe the churches by those who speak, and this phenomenon is called Latinization. So speaking of the liturgical tradition of the Eastern Catholic churches, the question of Latinization or the need of de-Latinization, so the liberation of the right from Latin influences or the return to the original ritual tradition before the union, is inevitable. Well, indeed, the unions of the various Eastern churches with the Roman Church are marked by larger or smaller traces of an attempt to reconcile their liturgical, theological, and disciplinary traditions with those of the Roman Church. Not enough attention has been paid to the problem of Romanization in liturgics, nevertheless, and a comprehensive monographic study of this topic is still absent. So considering the diversity of Eastern churches, each of which has its own history of unification and further corrections of their liturgical, theological, and disciplinary practices, this is of course impossible. And in our presentation, we will touch upon several problems of Latinization and de-Latinization, which have to be considered and paid more attention in further publications and presentations. So Latinization. Well, usually Latinization is understood as becoming Catholic or, attunement to Catholic liturgy of the Eastern churches. Well, initially this process started in the Roman Catholic Church. To understand the processes of Latinization in the Eastern churches, we need to take into consideration the fact that almost all except Maronite unions of the Eastern churches with Rome were held after the Council of Trent in the 16th century. And this in turn means that on the one hand, these Eastern churches have faced the Roman Church, which for centuries pursued a process of unification of traditions within its sphere of influence. And it's worth mentioning that the Western Christianity of the first millennium, just as the Eastern one, has a very diverse liturgical rites. And these were not just some local differences, but until the 12th century, the ancient liturgical traditions of Milan, Toledo, Ireland, and Gaul were either limited to a few churches or had already been completely displaced by the Roman Rite. The replacement of the Western liturgies with the tradition of the city of Rome took place in different ways. Among the first ones are the missionary activities of great ecclesiastical figures, such as the Bonifacius, who was committed to spread the Roman form of liturgy in their mission territories. Partially, these were secular rulers as well. They sought to institute Roman liturgy in the Roman Empire they governed at the time, as it was done in the case of the Carolingian reforms, and as a result, almost all ancient Gallic liturgical forms were lost. In some cases, the Romanization of the liturgy was carried out by papal decrees, as it happened with the Spanish liturgical tradition of the 11th century. Well, in their attempts at Romanization of Western liturgies, and this was in the 11th century already, there were notable attempts to question the validity of rites that differed from the Roman ones. That was the process that later was used in regard to the traditions of the Eastern churches. It seems that the Ambrosian tradition resisted the Roman tradition the most, although later stages of the development of this liturgical tradition were also marked by many assimilations to the Roman Rite. According to Professor Marcel Metzger, in the 11th century, the idea of liturgical unity was voiced by Pope Gregory VII, and it was elevated to an ecclesiological principle in the course of the reforms named after him. So, since that moment, the popes had a decisive word for liturgical tradition in all mentioned local Western churches. In fact, the liturgical unity meant homogeneity, and these tendencies were further reinforced by the reformatist decisions of the Council of Trent. Well, at the backdrop of the dominance of the Roman churches in the inter-Western Rite, the Romanization tendencies towards the Eastern ones are quite clear. If someone was brought up in this approach to the liturgical tradition and then faces a certain authentic liturgical tradition of the East, which is strikingly different from Roman one, because of the language, rites, and especially their theology, well, they will consider this as a violation of unity and sometimes even a heresy, which should be either completely eliminated or at least assimilated with the Roman tradition as much as possible, so that the rite is as close to the Tridentine Mass as possible. In his book, Eastern Catholic Churches, Father Andriy Mikhalaiko pointed out that in the case of the Eastern churches, the problem of Romanization did not arise through the union and at the time of union, but in the first millennium, the issues connected with the liturgical customs of the Eastern and Western churches in the rivalry of the great patriarchates of Rome and Constantinople played a very important role. The differences in traditions were willingly taken to arms to question the opponent's orthodoxy and therefore the spiritual salvation of the faithful. And because the argumentation often took place in polemical tones, there were too little efforts attached to interpret the relevant liturgical traditions in view of their own theology. And rather, the opponents used their own exegesis to the opponent's traditions, and that only obscured the rites and texts that were already complex in themselves. However, in some cases, there is also a certain openness to the toleration of the liturgical tradition of Eastern churches. Thus, among the decrees of the Council of the Lateran of 1215, we can find the following. We willingly, as much we can in the Lord, show our affection and reverence for the Greeks who nowadays return to obedience to the Apostolic See in observance of their way of life and rites. However, we do not want and cannot tolerate that which endangers the soul and harms the reputation of the Church. And that threat could be anything or many of the things. An important factor contributing to the Romanization of the Roman Church against the Eastern Church was the almost complete absence of theological schools or education in Eastern churches. For ancient Eastern Christians, this possibility was very early crossed out by the Islamization of their countries. Even the Byzantine tradition could not afford the creation and maintenance of theological schools after the conquest of Constantinople, which in turn meant that most priests and sometimes bishops did not have adequate theological training. Well, of course, under such circumstances, they could not create any serious competition with Latin scholars. In the case of training centers for the Union Eastern churches, which were headed by Latin scholars or which were influenced by the latter, it was possible to study their own traditions only to a limited extent and only in Latin using the scholastic science tool. The variety of documents written in the post-Union times do not allow us to see the unified position of the Roman Church with regard to Eastern liturgical traditions. Well, initially, the Eastern churches were expected to abandon their liturgical identity in whole or in part. For example, in Rome in 1955, one of the cardinals asked Ukrainian bishops who came there to sign the union with the Roman Church, so they were asked why they still wore the robes which belonged to the Eastern tradition. Well, and then the Maronite bishops who were in union with the Roman Church were required to be anointed only by the bishop, following the example of the Latin tradition. But one could also find rather harsh statements about the liturgical tradition of the Eastern churches, such as the Marabar churches, like the ones of the Synod of Dnieper of 1599. All these liturgical books and breviaries deserve to be burned for the mistakes they contain. But since there are no other sacred books in this diocese that priests could use for worship, the Synod ordered that they should be corrected until the new books of sacred prayers are prepared and submitted and adopted by and approved by the Pope. Well, out of the 3 Eucharistic liturgies, only one was allowed for the Syro-Malabarians, Tadeus and Mary, and it was also supplemented by words of establishment. They are generally absent from this Eucharistic prayer in its original form. Well, it was done to pay tribute to the scholastic doctrine of and form of the matter. Well, the same can be observed in the Coptic Catholic rite of the chalice renewal, the ancient liturgy of the first sanctified gifts. There were some, so to say, missed words, not only about the chalice or the bowl, although in the original manuscripts, as well in the old liturgical commentaries that serves as a model for the publication of Patriarch Tuki, well, the Coptic Patriarchs, there is only the epiclesis about the bowl or the chalice. Well, there is, it was very contradictory for the Eastern Catholic churches. So this controversial figure was Pope Benedict XIV, who on the one hand defended the observance of the own rites by the Eastern churches, but on the other hand also supported the doctrine of the primacy of the Latin rite, the Praesteria Ritus Latini, with official documents, namely Esse Pastoralis and of 1742 and Alate Sunt of 1755. So this position of Rome on Eastern Catholic churches, which practically lasted until the Second Vatican Council, prompted many Eastern Catholic Christians to adapt their own liturgical customs to the Latin ones in order to be considered the real Catholics. But in several decades after the congregation establishment, the situation changed. And even if the Eastern churches showed their initiative for various often cultural considerations, they were still asked to restore the old one. So as a kind of an interim conclusion, we can say that on the one hand, the process of Latinization of rites was in a way a natural process, which started back in the first millennium and then was spread equally to Western and Eastern liturgical families, and almost until the 20th century tried to influence other rites in the areas of liturgy, theology, and church discipline with the conviction of Praestantia Ritus Latini. Latinization in Orthodox churches. When it comes to Romanization, it is the Eastern churches which are united with the Roman Church. The traditions of these churches are mostly considered as something that remained untouched by the process of Romanization and therefore preserved in their pure Eastern rites. That's when we talk about the Orthodox churches. However, convincing this statement may sound at first glance, a more detailed consideration can be seen that similar liturgical and theological processes can be seen also in the Orthodox churches. And this is especially noticeable in the Orthodox churches of Europe. As an example, I should mention the liturgical and theological reforms of Kiev Metropolitan Petro Mohyla, which happened in the 17th century. His church was in the region where the Western culture and theology dominated, and in the absence of the Orthodox theological schools, Petro Mohyla studied at the Jesuit Academy in Zamost and received a classical Western education at the time. In 1627, he became a monk of the Pecharsky Cave Monastery in Kyiv, and in 1631, he founded a school there following the Western model of education, and the textbooks they used there were of Western origin, and the students studied Latin as a scientific language and language of research, and these were the Orthodox students. Which concerns the liturgical tradition, Mohyla introduced a completely new approach to the publication of religious books. His most important work for the tradition of the Orthodox Church was the Euchologion, which was first published in 1646. Despite the fact that many liturgical texts in it were directly taken from the Latin tradition verbatim, before each sacrament in the liturgical book, there was a detailed theological introduction, which was also borrowed from the Latin theological textbooks. The sacraments were changed to conform to the scholastic doctrine of matter and form. Comparing the Mohyla's Euchologion with the Euchologions of the Unified Church of that time, it is easy to see that the latter maintained a great consistency with the authentic Eastern tradition. The reforms by Petro Mohyla were so significant and so successful that they were not that they were perceived by the Orthodox Church very without any problems, and to some extent they continue existing in their liturgical theological form. As an example, a change in the interpretation of the liturgy of the pre-sanctified gifts. Ivan Karaminov clearly showed that it was Petro Mohyla in his Euchologion who for the first time questions the transformation of wine into the blood of Christ by immersing him in sanctified bread, precisely because he accepted this collective doctrine of change only through verba testamenti. From Mohyla's Euchologion, this misinterpretation penetrated this Slavic and Orthodox, but also later Union books, and still constitute a liturgical and theological problem, which is only gradually corrected in some individual churches, as we can see the example of the Orthodox Church of America. So we can say that the Romanization is a complex problem, Latinization is a complex problem that affects different traditions, Western, Eastern, Catholic, Union, and Orthodox, and it cannot be eliminated by any hasty solution. One of them is called Latinization of Eastern liturgies. The Latinization of Eastern liturgies started being seen in Rome as problematic since the founding of the Propaganda Fidei congregation. Well, mainly because the differences in Romanization constituted an obstacle to the mission among the Orthodox Christians. And therefore, voices began to sound very early that the Eastern Catholic churches should preserve their Eastern Church liturgical tradition. These voices became significantly stronger in the 19th century, which was facilitated by many factors. Well, first of all, it is worth mentioning that since the 18th century, the Orthodox churches, as well the Union churches, had their own theological schools. Barbareum in Vienna for the Unity Church, Union Church, and the Orthodox spiritual academies in Moscow and St. Petersburg, which contributed to a new interest in divine services and their own traditions. traditions. Not only the Roman Catholic and Orthodox churches of the 19th century, but also Greek Catholics had their liturgical movements, and the national consciousness of the peoples of the Austrian Empire was awakened in the 19th century, which in turn became noticeable in the search of liturgical purism. Within the Union Church, there were different groups, each of which became either pro-Western Latin or pro-Eastern or de-Latinization side. Against this backdrop, there is also a change in attitude towards the Eastern traditions of Rome in the 19th century with the pontificate of Pope Leo XIII. This policy continued into the 20th century and eventually led to the full recognition of equality of Eastern rites and traditions in themselves as enshrined in the decisions of the Second Vatican Council. Taking into account the position of Rome on the liturgical tradition of the Eastern Catholic churches since the beginning of the 20th century, well, it was stressed even more to deprive the Eastern Catholic liturgies of the so-called hybridisms or Latinisms. And the participation of the Eastern churches in this process of de-Latinization was not really required and sometimes was even denied, mainly because the competence of these churches was considered doubtful. For example, Kyrylo Korolevsky writes about the reform of the Syro-Malabar Archdiocese. For the first part of this work, the reform of the liturgical tradition, I exclude the Chaldeans themselves. They have neither intuition nor scientific knowledge, nor adequate, undeniable theological competence. End of quote. Well, at that time, the methodological principles and the vision of Roman specialists were quite simple. The pure tradition is the tradition of the Orthodox churches, and Romanist tradition is the tradition of the Unions. Well, of course, such reforms or de-Latinization could only be successful to a very limited extent. In the case of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, this de-Latinization led to the Russification of the liturgical tradition. And even until today, for some research and church circles, the liturgical tradition of the Russian Orthodox Church and not of the Greek Church is considered like as the true Eastern liturgy. However, there are also alternative examples. Well, despite of the attempts, attempts of unified churches, to comprehend and make their own traditions known. Well, this can be illustrated, for example, on example of the synods or the bishop conferences, which were held by Metropolitan Andrei Sheptytsky in 1927, 1930, and 1933. The mentioned Metropolitan initiated a number of conferences which were aimed at revising the Greek Catholic books of the Greek Catholic Church. Well, because they were dealing with the problems of the hybridism, so the traditions which came to the liturgy from other traditions, especially from the Roman Catholic Church. But the proposals to update these books included also the tendencies for more large-scale changes, and this can be seen from the methodological criteria which were discussed and recommended for application when translating these liturgical books during these conferences. Out of 9, I would like to voice the first 4 criteria which illustrate the problems probably the best. The first criterion: it is necessary to give preference to those liturgical ceremonies that best correspond to their ancient forms, and in this case, to the ceremonial forms that existed before the Union of Press in 1596, or even older correspondence of the ancient age of the Kiev Church, or the best examples of the original Eastern Rite. So we see that there's a tendency not just to go back to the Union tradition or to adapt to the modern Orthodox tradition, but to follow, to trace the origins of the tradition as long as it is necessary. And even the baptism of Rus or Ukraine was not the final moment in time which should have been gone back to. The second criterion: it is worth giving preference to those ceremonial acts which are in the same form jointly practiced by many local churches of the Byzantine tradition. So that is some comparative liturgy. The third criteria, in ceremonies and diverse liturgical activities of secondary importance, it is worth preserving the objectively existing difference and difference of purely ethnic origin. So not everything should be unified. The fourth criterion, preference should be given to those liturgical services that originate in their own ceremonial tradition and are not borrowed from other rites, which means that it is necessary to refuse from using the all appendices and innovations of Latin origin in the worship practice of the Church. Well, these criteria show that the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church of the beginning of the 20th century was aware of the need for liturgical restoration and was looking for solutions. And their approach to delatinization was much more complicated than just likening the Orthodox, to the religious tradition of the Orthodox Church. And this was the way of exploring one's own sources and adapting the liturgical tradition to the challenges of our times. Well, in other words, the path of the normal life of the local church, which tries to live by the gospel of Christ in a specific cultural and theological tradition. So the overall theme of this conference is the question, can Eastern churches speak with the same voice? In view of the liturgical traditions of the Eastern Catholic churches, one can give an affirmative answer. Eastern churches can and should speak the common language of witnessing to the gospel of Christ. Well, this testimony, as well as the testimony of the Gospels themselves, of which there are 4, and all are canonical, cannot be the evidence of unification, but the evidence of unity in diversity. It should be the testimony of the Gospels through the prism of its own cultural and theological traditions. And then this joint voice of the Eastern Catholic churches will be a symphony of the gifts of the Holy Spirit manifested in each of them in a variety of the prayers to the Lord, and praise, thanksgiving, and intercessory prayers for the life of the world, the appearance of the kingdom of God in this world. Thank you for your attention.
Дякуємо, отче Василію, за вашу доповідь про те, що ви говорите, що очищення.
Thank you for your report, because you talk about this return to the tradition. It is a continuous process, and we cannot really take a model of one church and to say that we have this model and there is another model. Of course, this is something we need to strive for. It is a living process of trying to find your identity, and it was this way in the future. It is still in progress, and each church should undergo this process. Before we have some other questions, I would like to read out the question which we have from Lyudmila Filipovich. And at the end of your report, you already touch upon this subject matter. So Lyudmila is asking, what is the aim and objective of this unity of voice, which is topic of this conference when we talk about Eastern Catholic churches? Why do Eastern Catholic churches should speak in one voice, to your mind? Well, this is a complicated question, because the answer revolves around the understanding of one voice, because here we don't really mean that everyone will be using the same words, because people use different words to talk about similar things. In the context of these prayers, they try to find one common language, because there is this common language which unites them. It is this one voice, because when we talk about liturgical tradition, when we talk about the voice, this is, we know that what is actually meant by liturgical traditions, and it's important for us not to actually look for biblical resources, not some heresy. This is the essence of authentic interpretation, because it is the voice of the gospel, and which was reflected upon by theologists, and this is the essence of having this one language. When Apostle Paul talks to his readers, that you have same thoughts as Jesus Christ has, it doesn't really mean that everyone has to stop thinking over something and to use the quotes from biblical texts. It's important to be inspired by the Spirit of Jesus Christ through reading gospel prayers to the Holy Spirit, interpreting the words of the gospel, and to talk to each other. Also, we know that love is the fundamental of any oration. And we know that when we talk about Eastern Catholic churches, they can talk about one way, but it is about Catholicism. It's about this unity with Rome, but also cherishing your own liturgical, theological traditions. Yes, but it is not only about that, because when we are praying, of course, we bring into this prayer our feelings. How did we understand the holy text? And this versatility, this diversity is the best common prayer that we could have. Thank you, Father Ivan. We also wanted to ask your question. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Yes, Vasily, you didn't mention anything about Latinization of the Russian Orthodox Church, which happened after the reform of the Peter I. And I want to provide 3 examples, because when you talk about this prayer in Eastern churches, it was very important. It was acclaiming God. Yeah. And Dmytro Borotnyansky also composed 16 concerts with 8 voices. It was in the 18th century, acclaiming God. Then why in funerals, during funerals, we have black clothes and not red in Russia? And then the very last one about Latinization. How is it possible that when we have the greatest holiday, Easter, when we talk about resurrection of Jesus Christ, Russian Orthodox Church, they have their ceremony wearing red clothes, which is something to be used during funerals. And I can explain it to you. And I have an explanation of Professor Taft. And he mentioned that Tsar Nicholas I, he ordered in Holy Land robes for the Great Friday, and it was red. And that is why on Saturday evening they arrived, and he was very angry. He really wanted to punish for that, and that is why he wanted them to have a ceremony wearing red robes. And that is why it happened in this way. Because Russian Orthodox Church has always been very, very traditional since Nicholas I. But why do we also have red robes for Easter sermons? So Latinization was not only part of Eastern Catholic churches, but also this Supreme Orthodox Church, which Russian Orthodox Church is. Well, could you please talk more about this? Maybe it was some cultural impact, or maybe that was something which was of trend at that moment, because we know that red robes are not part of Eastern mentality. Yes, Father Ivan. Well, maybe you didn't pay attention to this, but I also mentioned that I started with Latinization in Latin Church, and then Latinization in Eastern churches, Catholic churches, and also in Orthodox churches. So I actually meant this because Russian Orthodox Church was Latinized indirectly through Kyiv metropoly. Petro Mohyla was the first one to introduce Latin trends, and it was not Latinization at that point because it was cultural. There were no other traditions at that moment. And then actually it became part of the tradition in Moscow. They also criticized this Russian Orthodox because they say that their theology especially when we talk about the 17th and 19th century. It became this very like school, a scholastic theology, which is criticized by Schmemann, but there was no other alternative back then. That is why you're absolutely right to say Russian Orthodox Church probably is even more Latinized than Unionist churches, but we pay no attention to this, and you're absolutely right. Black robes, and Daniel, when we talk about robes, before Lviv Council of 1791, Ukrainian Greek Catholic churches were not, their activity was not regulated. We had just two different types, but in Russian Orthodox Church, everything was actually taken from Roman Catholics, and they used different colors of their robes for different days.
Там вичислити
Of
все
course,
це.
and within the framework and the time given. But it's important to remember about this, because you know about these Easterners. They sometimes don't see that Russian Orthodox Church was also part of Latinization. What about Holy Trinity? What about green robes? Should we use green robes for them? Well, speaking of liturgical topics, of course, it can take a lot of time for us to discuss it. And the very last question from Father Igor Ransom. Why do we have to give preference to some old forms and to be oriented towards origins instead of creating new contemporary liturgy? Why is it very important for us always look in the direction of ad fontes instead of creating something new? It is a very good question. Well, the history of salvation is not the revolution, it is the history of evolution. And we know that we cannot really forget about something old and always start with something new. And this is how theology should work. Because we are not really gods. And this tradition that we have, we really draw from this tradition. We cannot forget about Old Testament and just to think about New Testament. It's important for us to remember about this primary meaning of some rite. If you talk about some primary text of prayers, this primary meaning of some liturgical customs, it's important for us to see it in its development. And we know that water at its origin is always cleaner when because later it accumulates lots of other things. And we know that Roman Catholic Church is richer in terms of revision of these traditions, because in Eastern churches, this reinterpretation is not going at such a fast pace. Yes, but Roman Catholics, when establishing their liturgical tradition, didn't create it from scratch, because they had some elements, and it's clearly stipulated in the constitution of the Second Vatican Council. It's very important for us to draw on textual heritage, our prayer sources. Maybe there are some more interesting sources and rites which are already not in use, but they can also be in use for us. And even now, when we have some new liturgical forms or texts, we can actually do this. But it's very important for us to make sure that it is aligned with the tradition, that we have some harmony. Otherwise, this will be two separate parallel services, and they will not have the vigor. Thank you, Father Vasily. And I suggest that we continue with our second reporter, Dr. Danilo Galadza, who is a professor at the Eastern Institute in Rome. I will also want to express the gratitude to Papal Eastern Institute for live participation in our conference, and Deacon Daniel today will be talking about liturgical expression of unity and community. He'll be talking about commemoration hierarchy of Eastern Catholic Churches of Byzantine Rite. Thank you. I hope that you can see me as well as my presentation. Yes, we can see your presentation, but it's not that you really need to see me. It's the most important thing is that you can hear me. I also would like to say thank you for the organization of this conference at the Ukrainian Catholic University, and I'm happy that we can participate at this conference. And I also want to express my greatest joy, and I'm always amazed by the fact that you can continue your academic work in conditions of Russian aggression and war, without electricity and without water. And if there are some people complaining here about some difficult circumstances in Western countries, then it is just an astounding example. We are thinking about you, and our prayers are with you. And just believe me that people are also very astounded by your stamina. So my presentation will be in English. That interpreter has the text, and I think that it will be easier for everyone, because I might use some terms or expressions which are not very authentic, and afterwards we can also have some discussion after that.
So the topic is liturgical expression of union and communion, the commemoration of the hierarchy in Byzantine Rite Eastern Catholic churches. So just as liturgy transmits dogmatic and doctrinal teachings and beliefs, in a similar manner, liturgy can express the ecclesiology and ecclesiological status of a given church and be the most conspicuous expression of union and communion of churches. For example, the ways of commemorating the hierarchy during liturgical services can also be an immediate indication of a church's confessional, jurisdictional, and canonical status. By commemorating a certain bishop, archbishop, metropolitan, or patriarch and pope, the clergy express not only their prayer for their bishop's good work and well-being, but they also indicate their own ecclesial status and canonical jurisdiction. In the same way, not commemorating a particular bishop can be understood as an attempt to express a different jurisdictional status. While such questions are of extreme interest not only to liturgists and theologians, the average citizen of Ukraine and any country with a significant Orthodox Church presence also pays attention to who is commemorated and who is not. For example, the name of Kirill, Patriarch of Moscow, his mention or absence of his mention is something people pay attention to. Nevertheless, this is not so much the case with Eastern Catholic churches, where less attention is paid to this question. This might be somewhat surprising, since the Code of Canons of the Eastern churches prescribes, in several cases, regulations on the commemoration of the hierarchy, providing also clear canonical penalties, for example, not excluding a major excommunication for not commemorating the hierarchy in the proper manner. This is something mentioned in Canon 14 of the First and Second Council of Constantinople in 861, but is not found explicitly in either contemporary Roman Catholic canon law or liturgical regulations, or in contemporary Greek or Russian Orthodox canonical regulations. So in order to better understand the situation of the commemoration of the hierarchy in Byzantine Rite Eastern Catholic churches, let us turn to the liturgical books and to the text of the Divine Liturgy of St. John Chrysostom as it is celebrated in the Byzantine Rite today. There are currently a maximum of 6 points during which the hierarchy is commemorated, namely at the prothesis rite, during which the dead and the living, including the hierarchy, are commemorated privately by the priest, which means that the priest can even, and has been known to, pray for patriarchs and even popes with whom they are technically speaking not in communion. This is done in a private manner. The second point is the Great Litany, or the Litany of Peace, in Greek, megali ekteni, or ta irinika, a series of petitions to God for peace in the world, the well-being of God's churches, and for particular concerns of individuals and the community, sung by the deacon. The third point is the Great Praises, or in Greek, ifimi, or in Church Slavonic, velikaya pochvala, a series of acclamations or exclamations for the hierarch before the Trisagion, which were borrowed from Byzantine imperial court ritual and located at this point in the Divine Liturgy because this was once the beginning of the service, when the patriarch processed into the church, and is sung today by the deacon during the Divine Liturgy celebrated by a bishop. The fourth point is the Triple Litany, or the Litany of Fervent Supplication, after the Gospel reading, and the formula is similar to the second element at the Great Litany. The fifth one is the Great Entrance, I megali isodos, veliki vchod, during which the gifts are transferred from the prothesis to the altar. And the sixth is during the anaphoral diptychs for the living, ta diptycha ton zonton, following the diptychs for the dead at the end of the anaphora, which the bishop, priest, and deacon can say. As already indicated, these 6 points are found in the Divine Liturgy of St. John Chrysostom, but some of them may appear in other parts of the celebration of, for example, the Liturgy of the Hours, whether at Vespers or Matins. Each element depends on the particular liturgical tradition, and each has its own history of development. For example, the commemoration during the Great Entrance at the midpoint of the Chiruvikon, the cherubic hymn, today considered one of the main moments in which to commemorate the hierarchy, is mentioned no earlier than the 14th century, and at that time consisted simply in the phrase, "May the Lord God remember us," or you, all in his kingdom, always, now, and ever, and unto the ages of ages. And there's confusion sometimes due to Greek orthography or mistakes by the scribe, whether it's us or you, plural. In current Greek presbyteral liturgies, the commemoration here remains rather sober, retaining the authentic practice, which is also evident in ancient liturgical manuscripts, whereby the priests and deacons commemorate their bishop, the bishop commemorated his metropolitan, the metropolitan commemorated his patriarch, and the patriarch commemorated all the other patriarchs. This practice has since developed among most Slavic traditions to include the full commemoration of the hierarchy from the top down by all the clergy, from the bottom up, in what can be called a pyramidal structure of commemorations. And you can see both on the slides here, the authentic on the left and the pyramidal structure on the right. While searching for the origins of this pyramidal structure of commemorations, one might assume it to be a Latinization imposed by the Roman pontiffs in order to solidify the various unions of Byzantine Rite churches with Rome after the Council of Florence or the Union of Brest. This is, however, not the case, or at least it doesn't appear to be so. Neither in the Roman Editio Princeps of the Greek Divine Liturgy, printed by the Roman pontiff in 1526, nor in other manuscripts was the commemoration of the Pope indicated or required. Clergy may have done this ad hoc on their own initiative, but this was not required. And for example, here on the screen, you can see a Greek evchologion from the monastery of St. John the Theologian on the island of Patmos, where the text of the diptychs, you can see on the left side, en protis mnistiti Kyrie, has the standard formula where it mentions only the archbishop, one single name of the local bishop, but on the margins, you can see written in the names of various popes of Rome. This is a manuscript from the 15th century, so soon after the Council of Florence, where ad hoc the clergy are commemorating other bishops, for example, the popes of Rome. As Father Yuri Fedoriv has pointed out, the Pope of Rome did not demand at the Union of Brest any of the changes that were later implemented by Zamost, such as the introduction of the filioque, the prohibition of infant communion, the injunction against repeating Amen after mention of each person of the Trinity in the baptismal formula, the prohibition of the sponge, the prohibition of Zion, or even the requirement to commemorate the name of the Pope of Rome in the divine services. The principal and only change after the Union of Brest was to concern the jurisdiction of the Kievan Metropolia and its move from the jurisdiction of Constantinople to reunion with Rome. Despite the Synod's legislation, there remained great confusion regarding services, and practically every priest celebrated differently and not according to the rubrics of the liturgical books, as is documented both by Father Fedoriev and Metropolitan Lawrence Huculak. Even books printed after the Synod of Samos did not change all aspects of liturgical practice. And for example, the commemoration of the Pope of Rome was not found at every litany, but only at the litany after the Gospel, at the Great Entrance, and during the diptychs. This was the case until 1929, with liturgical books printed in Lviv by Metropolitan Andrei Sheptytsky. So you can see on the screen here the Great Litany of the Divine Liturgy, where the Pope is not commemorated. It was only in the 1940s, under the influence of Cyril Korolevsky, that the name of the Pope of Rome was inserted at all points of commemorating the hierarchy. Not only was the Pope of Rome's name inserted, but the title Most Holy Ecumenical Hierarch was adopted for him, that is known only in Slavonic. As Father Serge Kelleher noted, this term was adopted by Korolevsky in the books of the Roman Recensio Ruthena, that copies and adapts the title for the Patriarch of Constantinople, our Most Holy Archbishop, the Ecumenical Patriarch, Святейшего Архиепископа нашего Вселенского Патриарха, as found in the 1639 Liturgiarion printed by Metropolitan Petro Mohila. Deviating even further from the authentic Byzantine practice of commemorating the hierarchy, the name of the Pope of Rome was mentioned separately from the rest of the hierarchy in the Recensio Rutena editions. Why Korolevsky, the soul of the Oriental Congregation's liturgical commissions, permitted and even introduced such deviations here but not elsewhere in other recensions remains to be fully studied and investigated, but points in a way to his idea of this pure right that thankfully has already been discussed yesterday by Professor Bert Groen. Despite the establishment of the Recensio Rutena as the editio typica to serve as the basis for liturgical translations, Patriarch Joseph Slipy's liturgical editions to some extent corrected this problem by commemorating all of the hierarchy together rather than separately. Nevertheless, even this correction does not correctly reflect an ecclesiology of a local sui juris Eastern Catholic Church or an Orthodox Church in communion with Rome, as certain Eastern Catholic churches proclaim in documents, or as hierarchs proclaim in sermons and speeches, or as theologians teach in lectures. So let me just show on the screen here what seems to be the first indication of the pyramidal structure of commemorating the hierarchy, which is from the Moscow 1655 Sluzhebnik of Patriarch Nikon, where it indicates that one is to commemorate the Patriarch of Moscow, that is Archbishop of Moscow, as well as other metropolitans or bishops at the same point. So this seems to be the origin of the pyramidal structure of commemorating the hierarchy. For the Ukrainian Greco-Catholic Church, for example, one can hear statements to the effect that the Kievan Church is in unity with the Universal Church and the Holy Roman See. If, however, one were to compare the lex orandi and lex credendi, then such ecclesiology is not manifested in actual liturgical practice. In order to more clearly manifest such an ecclesiology in its liturgical dimension, there have been calls for a clearer liturgical expression of the unity of the Catholic Church's communion, not only through the Petrine ministry of the Pope of Rome, but also through the recognition of and prayer by the heads of other Eastern Catholic churches in communion with and for one another. Still back in the 1990s, the Kievan Church Study Group made a proposal to overcome this problem through liturgical expression authentic to the Byzantine Rite. Father Andriy Chirovsky, for example, contrasted synodal rule of Eastern Catholic churches and the recognition of Eastern Catholic patriarchates, particularly that of the Ukrainian Greco-Catholic Church, with Ostpolitik and Vatican acceptance of the concept of territoriality, promoted in particular by the Russian Orthodox Church in recent decades as the nebulous canonical territory. While it is certainly too early to tell if the expected paradigm shifts resulting from the Russian invasion of Ukraine will have a positive effect on abandoning imperial and colonial views of church life and promoting a genuine local and synodal approach to the church, one can hope, nevertheless, that the leaders of Eastern Catholic churches will take their role as father and head of their respective churches seriously, understanding that their ministry is carried out in union and communion with other Eastern Catholic churches, a union and communion that is made visible and manifest through the liturgical celebration and commemoration of one another at the sacrificing and offering of the Eucharist. The proposal of the Kievan Church Study Group was the following: that the father and head of the Ukrainian Greco-Catholic Church should show his unity not only with the Roman See, but also with other Eastern Catholic churches through the commemoration of the heads of all Eastern Catholic churches, or at least the patriarchs and major archbishops of the Eastern Catholic churches, during the Great Entrance, as part of the usual commemorations at this point, and the diptychs, as part of the diptychs for the living. A provisional list of such heads from approximately 2015 can be seen on the screen. This list is, of course, open to discussion because the status of Eastern Catholic sui juris churches does not exactly correspond to either the autocephalous Orthodox churches or the autonomous Orthodox churches, which are commemorated at this point in Orthodox services. Nevertheless, this proposal imitates the practice of liturgical commemoration between the heads of autocephalous Orthodox churches that exist in all Orthodox churches, both in Greek and Slavic traditions. There are also widespread practices of commemorating the heads of the autocephalous churches before the Trisagion through the so-called great praises, which the clergy and choirs repeat after the archdeacon or protodeacon in the context of the deacon's pronouncement, Lord save the pious, in Greek, Kyrie soson tus evsevus, or in Church Slavonic, Gospodi spasi blahochestivia. If such a proposal were to be adopted and practiced among the Eastern Catholic churches, it would go above and beyond the practice of the Orthodox churches, expressing a unity among churches of different liturgical traditions and rites beyond just that of the Byzantine rite. Today, many Orthodox Christians lament the monopoly of the Byzantine rite in Eastern Orthodoxy, often either seeking to reform their own liturgical practice to admit greater diversity, or they admit the practices of so-called Western Rite orthodoxy, in effect, what I would call reverse uniatism, in order to express greater liturgical diversity in global orthodoxy today. In summary, if the commemoration of the hierarchy is seen less as a symbol of authority and power, or even prestige and status, as it was practiced, and still is, if I'm not mistaken, by patriarch or metropolitan, Filaret, whatever you wish to call him, of the former Ukrainian Orthodox Church of the Kievan Patriarchate, or perhaps it's not former, where he commemorated patriarchs and metropolitans who considered him to be in schism and deposed from the episcopate. This didn't stop him from commemorating them. A restoration of the authentic commemoration of the hierarchy by the clergy has the potential to reinforce the unity of the local church around its bishop. Likewise, a mutual commemoration of the heads of the various Eastern Catholic churches by one another during the liturgical celebration has the potential to strengthen this unity with Rome through prayer for one another and to declericalize this unity by making it audible and hopefully also visible to the faithful during the Eucharistic assembly around the altar at the Divine Liturgy. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your interesting report about the structure of commemoration of the hierarchy during the liturgy, and for presenting the development of this commemoration. And there's the question to all Eastern churches: how should we move on? How we should develop this tradition? And I would like to ask Father to respond with his opinions, and questions are invited or either in Zoom, or you may raise your hands and maybe you can either write your questions or well, you can raise your hands and voice your questions. As a liturgical archaeologist and as a fan of the ancient things, I would prefer going back to the authentic tradition of commemoration in the context of the liturgy. First of all, because this tradition existed for a long time, as we have heard, it existed until the 14th century, more or less. Yes. Well, let me give a short summary, maybe in Ukrainian, so that everyone understands that what you have seen on the screen was this authentic practice of commemoration of the bishop and the metropolitan, and then the patriarch and the patriarch over all other patriarchs. So this keeps being the practice of the Greek Church, and this what has been mentioned that, many people look at Moscow and think that they are authentic, but actually there's a lot of Latinization, and we need to look at the Greek practice, which actually preserved this practice, and it could be very useful for Eastern Catholic churches. It's obvious that not commemorating the Pope of Rome at each liturgy in some way that it has been heard by the faithful may raise some doubts in terms of unity with the Catholic Church, but this can be disputed. But I would like to stress that the structure which I showed on the right on the screen, this pyramid, it appeared because as far as I know, these first examples actually appeared in Moscow, and so it came from the Roman Catholic tradition, because the Mass started mentioning the Pope of Rome as so that was after the Trident Council. So that was an alternative to commemorating the Tsar or the Emperor, and in Slavonic sources, initially they commemorated using all these titles of most reverend, right honorable, the emperor, and not the church hierarchs. And then they started adding all these predicates later. First, that's number one, and secondly, it's all multiplied because the authentic place for commemoration is the anaphora, and this is the oldest one. And then back in the 14th century, the Great Answerance, there's just a very simple commemoration. But what I wanted to stress is that it is worth for the church leaders, even if this is just one manifestation of the authentic practice, for them to commemorate not just one other hierarch, not the head of the other church suyuris, but to commemorate all of them, or the select ones. The canonists could actually decide who should be mentioned in that context and included into this commemoration. But it is worth making it visible so that one voice of Eastern Catholic churches, it's important not to have just one voice. It's important to have different voices, but to express this unity with these different voices, and to have this unity not only with Rome, but also among each other. In the Orthodox publications and the Greek Catholic ones as well, it existed until the 18th century. The commemoration of the bishop of their church, and also all Orthodox patriarchs or archbishops, as a general phrase. And all Orthodox bishops. Because it existed in the Greek text, where they had this form, and that meant that this was the status of Stauropegia. And it's also worth mentioning that when only one bishop was mentioned, so this form was commemorated and gave him to the saint churches of few. So it was not just about one church, it was about many churches. So it does not contradict the idea of unity, but it actually stressed the local churches. And what is interesting, the Greek Catholics and are more Catholics than the Roman Catholics, because we mentioned the Pope of Rome 4 times during the liturgy, and the Roman Catholics mentioned him only once. Well, if I may, I would like to comment. Well, first of all, I would like to mention two things. So there are three things that I would like to say. Father, could you please put your video on? Just a moment, we'll see you. I would like to say the following. Well, all these reports, they're, well, extraordinary, just excellent. So both the ones that we listened yesterday and the ones that we started listening to today. I wanted to ask you to send me the books that you showed me, where you have all those patriarchs mentioned and where Patriarch Sviatoslav is included. His Beatitude Sviatoslav, the Patriarch of Kyiv and Halachina. Could you please send me the books to my email? That's number one. Then secondly, I would like to talk about the discussions well, within the liturgical commission. And Ivan Knyok, the father professor, participated in these discussions as well. And Father Ivan Pilavsky also. Well, the others, well, maybe were not that active participants, but still. So when it comes to commemoration, his Beatitude to Joseph mentioned that why is it so that in the Latin Church, they commemorate the Pope of Rome only once during the canon after, well, the secretion, and well, we mentioned it several times. And Father Vasil said that we also mentioned the Pope and the whole hierarchy, and then mentioned them 4 times after the liturgy again. And the second thing, what concerns the Roman well, books. So we never mentioned actually the Pope there. And they even say that the Lviv archeparchies, when you want to be deprived of a good parish, so you should miss some names during the Mass. Well, I'm actually wondering, well, to Karlovsky, well, when we talk about the universal bishop, right, well, the hierarchy, well, that was quite, well, when we talk about the Francis, the Pope of Rome, so there's no, well, the word universal there, so it was necessary to change. You know, his Beatitude Joseph had a lot of problems with the congregation of the Eastern churches because the Pope was separated from the main hierarchy, because in the Roman tradition, they have the Pope of Rome, and then, well, everyone else. So they changed that. And then, again, the Pope, well, Francis was not, well, the previous popes, so they were not, we didn't use the word our when commemorating them. But he was Beatitude said that in the Kyiv Metropolitan, the Patriarch was commemorating the Pope, the Metropolitan was commemorating the Patriarch, the Bishop was commemorating the Metropolitan, and then the Deacon was commemorating their Bishop. So I'm not sure, well, whether it really happened so or not. Well, in any case, the bishops of diaspora were very much afraid of Rome. And even those changes for, well, that his Beatitude actually connected, well, and mentioned the Pope and everyone else in the same place was taken very well cautiously. Now is a little different, but we still need to think what to do with these formulations. And I would like also to mention another thing, although it's not connected with the commemoration. So we have Christ philanthropos. So it's about men lover. So prosopon, this is a person. And well, I know that Father Leap does not agree with me, but I think that we should not make a comedy out of our liturgy. So I don't think we should change the man lover, Christ man lover, to Christ human lover. So let's not do that. But there are many things that we have to clarify because they may be very problematic. Thank you, Father Ivan. And now, after our discussion, we are proceeding with our next speaker. So that is Father Raphael Straczynski. After studying in Lviv, he was a monarch of the Studites. So he studied in Armenia and in Yerevan. And then in Washington, in the United States of America. Now he is there, and he serves within three rites: the Armenian, the Byzantine, and the Catholic. So we don't want to speak about the Byzantium rite. So thank you for joining us. And today, Father Raphael will speak about the Armenian voice in the polyphony of the Eastern Catholic Churches. So the microphone is yours. So please try not to read too fast so that the interpreters can interpret what you are saying.
Тільки одне таке маленьке технічне зауваження.
We have a very short technical remark. During the discussion or during the Q&A session, please remember that we have interpreters at the backstage and they have to interpret everything you say. So please speak in turns. Try to not interrupt each other, and so that everything can be interpreted. Thank you.
Glory to Jesus Christ. Can you see and hear me? I'm also happy to see you because I'm far away, but I'm still happy to see you, to be present here online. So as you already know, the topic of my presentation is Armenian voice in the multi-voice of Eastern Catholic Churches. But we know that the subject of this conference raises a very important question that we are trying to find an answer to. And at the first glance, this question is quite simple, because we know that all churches, they glorify one God in different liturgical rites, as if in different languages they proclaim a single gospel message. They convey the experience of faith in the same God in accordance with the principles and prosper of Aquitaine, lex orandi, lex credendi. So the answer comes in a simple question. Is it possible that the churches, Eastern or Western, Orthodox or Catholic, do not speak with one voice? On the other hand, if there is such a topic for a conference dedicated to this issue, then it means that the answer is not so simple. A cursory review of the history of the Universal Church and individual local churches, their ecclesiological, liturgical, and canonical expressions demonstrates that due to the human element in the life of church, the question is posed. And I'm faced with the task of highlighting only one part of it. This is the Armenian component in the richness of the church tradition. And of course, that in this short report, it will not be possible to delve deep into the history of the Armenian liturgical tradition, but I will try, at least superficially, to go through the history of the Armenian Catholic Church, and it's right also to point out some problematic issues that, if possible, will help us to understand the directions for our search as an answer to the question which is posed as the topic of this conference. A short overview of the history of the Armenian Catholic Church. As we all know, after the ascension of Christ and after the exile of the Holy Spirit, the apostles dispersed in preaching to all the different parts of the world in different nations. And according to this transmission, the apostle Peter and Paul gave their lives to Christ and the Roman hills. The apostle Andrew went to the land where the Byzantine Empire later developed and even managed to get to Cave Mountains. And the two apostles, Jude the apostle and Bartholomew, they went to the lands of the Armenians and they started the Christian history of ancient Armenia. The history of the Armenian Catholic Church can be divided into the following stages: the apostolic and early Christian tradition of Armenia, the local Armenian church, the rejection of the Armenian, the separation of the Armenian church, and the restoration of unity with Rome. We will start with the apostolic and early Christian tradition of Armenia. According to the tradition, which was recorded by Armenian historiographer and theologian Moses Koronadze, Christianity reached the Armenian land. We know it from the letter from Abgar V, king of Edessa, who, according to the story of Moses Koronadze, was of Armenian origin, inviting to visit and heal him from a severe ailment, leprosy. And also Jesus was unable to visit him personally because he had some mission to be carried out with which he was sent to earth. King Abgar received a personal answer with the promise that upon his return to the Father, Jesus would send someone of his disciples, and this disciple will heal him and give him life. The account of this correspondence is also mentioned by Eusebius of Caesarea and Etigris in his pilgrimage diary in the 4th century. And according to the further transmission, the apostle Judas came to King Abgar and healed him with manufactured image of Christ. And later there was another apostle, Bartholomew, who also came to these lands. And these two apostles, in addition to the gospel sermon, they also brought another copy which by which the side of Jesus Christ was pierced, and which is now kept as a treasury, and also the icon of the Mother of God. And that served before the martyrdom, the apostles appointed several bishops for these lands, and they laid the foundation for the development of the community of Christ's followers. Thus, we see that Armenian Christianity developed relatively slowly because it was mostly the face of the common people. They often suffered persecution. And while Christians fled to Armenia, they tried to hide from the Roman tortures. They became the foundation for the further Christianization. And we have the examples of Fripsy and other girls who were led by their abbot Gayan. According to Agatenka's historiography, they fled the Roman Emperor Diocletian. They brought a part of the life-giving cross to the mountain Varaga, and after that it was found, and it laid the foundation for the Armenian celebration. They died as martyrs in the capital of the Vakar Shapat, and we have graves set up which can be seen even today. Local Armenian church. So the next turn of Armenia's Christianization will be the account of Grigori Izvitil. He was the first Armenian Catholicos. He was the first head of Armenian church, and he was ordained a bishop by the Metropolitan of Caesarea of Cappadocia, Leontis, in 302. As the baptism of King Dad III and his court in 301, this baptism gave complete freedom to Christianity, and it receives the status of the dominant religion, thereby making Armenia the first Christian state. But the process of transforming Gentile Armenia into Christian Armenia lasted far more than 1 decade after the death of Saint Gregory. According to the command of Christ himself, which was revealed in a dream, Saint Gregory rebuilt a Gentile temple in the capital of Armenia, And this place is known as Adzin, which means the only begotten. Another interesting fact is that the episcopal government of the first Catholicos was transmitted by blood inheritance. That is, the first Catholicos after Gregory were his son Aristarchus, his grandson Vartan, and his great-grandson Gusi. Another phase was the condemnation of the Armenian Church. And Armenians, they were really comforted by the universal unity and participation in the ecumenical councils until 451, because then, due to the war with Persians, representatives of the episcopate were unable to attend the council, and later they finally refused to sign his decision at the Council of Dvin in 610. Just submitting all the details of this confrontation, the Armenian Church finds itself outside the Universal Church, and it starts its separate phase of development in all planes. And since then, we could see that it was they were developing mainly with other local Oriental churches, which have not signed the Council of Chalcedon, the Coptic, Ethiop, Syriac, Malonka Orthodox churches. And Armenians being rejected and condemned as heretics were often driven away by the Byzantines and the Latins. There were some attempts to convert them, to polemicize with them. They were indicated that their tradition was somehow wrong. And the mentioning of Armenians in the Holy Land date back to the middle of the 3rd century. And since the 5th century onwards, Armenian pilgrims, they came to Jerusalem more and more often. They were constantly interacting with various Christian communities. They started to populate the Holy Land. They founded the Armenian quarter in Jerusalem, and Armenians are still the guardians of the Holy Sepulchre on an equal footing with Greeks and Latinos. According to the tradition, there was only one bishop in Jerusalem from one beginning. And there were different Armenian churches, but St. Jacob fraternity was the foundation for the diaspora, where the Jerusalem Patriarchate of the Armenian Apostolic Church has existed since 311. Restoration of unity with Rome. According to some historical facts, one of the first attempts to restore unity with Rome took place back in the time of the Sixth Ecumenical Council in 680. This council took place in Constantinople, but this attempt was not properly used. There is evidence that in Armenian territories, there was always a small number of Chalcedonite Armenians. These were those who took the decision of the Council of Chalcedon. After the fall of the capital, Ani, in 1045, Armenians from Greater Armenian, they started actively settling in Cilicia. And by 1064, Little Armenia had turned into a Byzantine satellite. During the period of the Armenian Cilical Kingdom, 1080 to 1375, the relationship between the Armenian and Byzantine churches had been revived. At that time, in 1058, the Armenian capital was moved to Sevastia, and later it moved to different cities of Cappadocia. As the Crusaders' martyrs began, relations with the Latin Church are revitalized. Also wanting to receive some support from the West in the fight against the Turks, and also for the coronation of the Cilician Lord Lavan II, he was later crowned as Lavan I by Cardinal Conran, Narcissus of Lumbron, and Archbishop Sisu. John IV were forced to sign union on January the 6th, 1198, at the time of pontificate of Pope Celestine III and the Byzantine Emperor Alexis III. However, due to the fact that it was not accepted, it was liquidated in 1375, when the Cilician kingdom was over. At that time, in 1318, Nahivensus decision was founded, whose bishops were mainly elected from the members of the fratres. And from February the 21st, 1633, it became an archdiocese, but in 1847, this diocese was eliminated. During the discussions during the Florentine Council, there was a certain consensus reached on theological issues in the discussions which took place in Ferrara and Florence, and the unions of the Latin Church with the Byzantine Church as well as the Armenian Church were assigned. On the 22nd of November, 1439, Pope Eugene V proclaimed the Armenian decree, Bulla Exsultata Deo, under which Armenians were united with the Roman Church. Despite the fact that this union did not gain widespread recognition, it once again brought the Armenian Church closer to full communion with the Roman Church. But after the fall of Constantinople in 1453, political circumstances changed significantly, and in very many cases, Armenians lost their rights. And also this union was not fulfilled. After these two not entirely successful attempts to unite the Armenian Church and Roman Church through Cilicia and through Florence, there was a large number of Armenian Catholics who lived in the territories of Armenia. Despite the fact that many of them completely assimilated with Roman Catholics, also under the strong pressure of the apostolic Armenians, they renounced unity with Rome. There was a need to organize a new structure for the spiritual nurturing of Armenian Catholics, and therefore in 1742 Pope Benedict XIV approved the former bishop of the Armenian Apostolic Church, Abraham Arsvinian, as an Armenian Catholic Patriarch of Cilicia, Armenia, with a seat in Lebanon, with jurisdictions over the southern provinces of the Ottoman Empire. Those who remained in the north, they fell under the Latin Apostolic Vicar in Constantinople. Also, Abraham, who was the new patriarchate, he accepted the name of Peter I, and all Armenians now they accept the second name of Peter. And that is why when talking about Catholicos, since the 24th of October, 21, we have Raphael Petros, the 21st. In 1861, Pope Pius IX united jurisdictions in one in Zamara, close to Beirut in Lebanon. As already mentioned, the Armenian tradition was impacted by Byzantine tradition, and we know that it's very difficult, all this process. They take a lot of time. And very often it's not enough just to have one person to do that. But we know it from Dr. Taft's, from Father Taft's research, that some individuals, they can set some tone in this kind of research. And despite ancient great Armenian theological and liturgical heritage, despite this interest in the studies of Armenian tradition, the Armenian liturgy has not yet found its Father Taft. Archimandrite Robert Taft, he identifies the following stages for the development of the Armenian liturgy. First one, during the period of its birth and formation, we can feel Mesopotamian, Syrian, and Cappadocian Greek influence, which is felt. Since the 5th century, there has been a Jerusalem influence, especially when we talk about lectures and the holiday calendar. In the Middle Ages and the second half of the first millennium, there was a new wave of Byzantine influence. And in the period of Crusades, there was significant influence of the Latin liturgy. So Syrian and early and later Byzantine influences. Having received the good news from Eden and later visits of missionaries from Cappadocia and Syria, they had a great influence on Syrian and Armenian relations. At the beginnings of the liturgical life, they were based on the Syrian Greek texts. Since at that time, there was no Armenian writing yet. It was invented later by Mesrop Mashtas at the beginning of the 5th century. With the invention of the alphabet began a turbulent period for Armenian translations from Syrian and Greek of theological and liturgical texts. Early editions of Saint Anaphora Gregory the Enlightener were the Cappadocian versions of Saint Anaphora. There were 4 Greek Cappadocian anaphorses translated. One of them is the anaphora attributed to Saint Athanasius, and which prevailed over all others, but in which we can feel the influence of Saint Jacob. In the pre-Chalcedonian period, the Byzantine influence is equally tangible, especially in the times of Byzantine development. Closer to the end of the first millennium, a new translation of the Anaphora of Saint Basil was performed. Early texts mainly included only the text of Anaphora. We learn about all the rites from the comments and catechism on the topic of liturgy. Thus, one of the first in the commentary of Saint Narcissus Labronaci from the 12th century, who was inspired by Byzantine and Latin models, he described as sufficiently Byzantine Armenian worship service, the holy sacrifice. Byzantine influence is also felt in the text and in the ceremonies, which supplemented the ancient Byzantine traditions. 3 pre-anaphoric hymns, they supplanted the original 2-horn structure. Another interesting element probably is of Syrian origin, which we can see in the architecture. I'm talking about Bema, which is used in the liturgy. Also, there was a chant of motes in the prayers of Anaphora, and Danilo Fildikian discussed it. Also, we had the Jerusalem impact. As mentioned before, we had Saint Anaphora of Jacob. As mentioned before, the Anaphora of Saint James influenced the Armenian liturgy. Also, we had the Diary of Ethereum, which is another source of research of Jerusalem's influence, which traveled to the Holy Land in the 4th century. In particular, its description of divine services, they carry us back to many centuries. Thus, the Ethereum describes a cathedral which repeats the structure of the morning of the Armenian Church. Armenian Jerusalem lectures. The first manuscript was published in Paris. It was found in 1884, and it was published by Conibert, a priest. It was in English from Armenian. In 1948, the Catalogue of the Monastery of St. Jacob was translated when Athanase Renock, who was a researcher and who knew a lot about Armenian heritage, found another collection of lectures, and it dates back between 417, 439, although maybe after this period of time. Here you can find very valuable information about biblical readings from different holidays. It also described the author of singing of different psalms, which opens the possibility of exploring the lost descriptions of ancient processes and services. Thus, this Armenian collection of lectures constitutes another extremely important component for the study of ancient Eastern traditions, which existed in the cradle of Christianity, Jerusalem, Armenian holidays. As mentioned above, the first Jerusalem lecture was translated from Greek into Armenian in Jerusalem and in Armenia. This 5th century document covers the practical part of the liturgical circle and also presents the list of Armenian holidays. It is very interesting to know that, well, as we probably know, the Armenian Apostolic Church is not the only church that has preserved this ancient celebration, the Epiphany, in its broad sense, not focusing exclusively on one event from the life of Christ. Rather, it actually includes the baptism of John in the rivers of the Jordan, and this is something you can see in other traditions, where we can see more events visit surprise by shepherds and wise men to these events, as well as a story about the wedding in Cana of Galilee. Personally, for me, it was also interesting to look at the gospel readings at the liturgy for the Epiphany, and the next few weeks afterwards, we will see that in the Armenians, in particular the Catholics. And here we can see the mentioning of the life of Jesus. So here we see the recognition that Jesus is the Son of God. Here we can see the description of the baptism and Cana of Galilee. In this third, the Samaritan woman, the fourth week, how Jesus reveals himself as the Son of God. During the Galician mutual relations, the Armenian Church with Latin, there was a significant influence on the formation of the Armenian Rite. Yes, even before the conclusion of the Galician Union in 1198, then Pope Innocentius, in recognition of the Orthodoxy of the Armenians, proposed to Catholicos Gregorius III to mix water and wine in the time of the Holy Sacrifice and to celebrate Christmas on the 25th of December. According to the Roman calendar, similar Romanization proposals were offered by other popes, Eugene III and Lucius III, who sent his pallium and Rituale Romanum to the Armenian Patriarch. The Armenian translation was started by Narses Lambronatsi and Archbishop Tarsus. It is known that Narses Lambronatsi, who also translated into Armenian coronation text of Lavan II, which had to follow Latin customs. And also, he signed the Galician Union. Very often, he refused to accept the terms of the Roman Church. Also, at that time, Pope Innocentius II presented the Armenian Catholicos Gregorius III with a Latin rod, which the bishops later also began to use, therefore handing over the Byzantine rod. And the mitre, the Byzantine mitre, was passed to all priests and sometimes also to deacons, for example, in Jerusalem. These papal gifts have taken root in the Armenian Apostolic Church to this day. At the time, other liturgical changes did not take place. Under the pressure of the Latins, despite the theological reservations of the Eastern Armenian theologians led by Stanos or Balium, also, there were some Roman proposals accepted. They were assigned at the Seventh Council in Sissi in 1301. Namely, it was the mixing of water with wine in the Holy Bowl, adoption of the decision of the seven ecumenical councils, recognition of Christological teaching that Christ has two natures, two wills and two actions. Also, holidays celebrated according to the calendars of the Greeks and Latinians. To use fish and vegetable oil in times of Lent and Christmas fasting, and also recognition of the fact that Holy One was crucified for us. It should be noted that another important unifying document, the Armenian Decree of the Florentine Union, which was proclaimed on the 2nd of November 1439, by the decision of Pope Eugene V. Here you can distinguish already some Romanization points, and the Armenians were forced to agree with it. Here we talk about nature and will of God, the teachings of the seven holy mysteries, adding water to wine in the holy cup, anointing patients with oil only in case of death, not only when they are not just when they're seriously ill. Holidays of the Annunciation of the Virgin Mary and other holidays should be celebrated together with the whole world as Latins and Greeks. and also rejection the insertion of the anatomization of false teachers about Christ and the Holy Spirit. Another to telling facts about the aggressive proselytizing policy of Roman and the mission of Latin monastic rings, which often led to ceremonial assimilation of Roman Catholics, is the fact that about the already mentioned community of the Armenian Right Brothers of the universes of Saint Gregory the Illuminator from the city of Kirna, Nakhichevan. Nowadays it is the territory of the Azerbaijan, which formed the basis of Nakhichevan Diocese. The first, at some point, despite the fact that all members of the community were Armenians, and we have evidence that they did not accept anyone else but Armenians, they abandoned the traditional Armenian liturgy in favor of the Latin, albeit in Armenian language. Already by 1337, there was an Armenian translation of the Dominican Breviary and Missal performed. The second edition was seen in Venice, and Pope Paul II, as of the 28th of February 1544, it was officially allowed to serve the Latin Masses in Armenian. At the beginning, another important point, at the beginning of its foundation in 1356, these Armenian Basilians, which followed the rules of St. Basil, they started using Dominican constitutions. That is why sometimes they were called Armenian Dominicans. And in 1583, they lost their autonomy and they became Armenian province of the right of preachers. And also Father Thomas, who died in Ancona in Italy. It was the last province. A similar fate was with other monastic community, Antonian, and there were similar communities which existed in other Eastern churches, Maronites, Greeks, Jacobites, Copts. Members of such communities, they tried to live by strict rules of St. Anthony. The Armenian community was founded in 1705. It was founded near Beirut. Later, there was a failed attempt to unite with Makitaris, and later they united with Maronite community. In 1761, Pope Clement XIII accepted them, and they ceased existing as community, as separate community, due to different circumstances in which Armenian Catholics live. Romanization processes, they continue. So we can also note some relatively modern Latin innovations. When we talk about the use of consecrated candles, sometimes the relics of Saint Vlasia is used, which had Armenian origin according to some. Also the use of ashes at the beginning of Lent in particular. Some mention that you do sprinkle hat on Wednesday, but very often now it is done on Sunday after the liturgy. And the Armenian holy sacrifice has undergone a significant change. Virtual electinias and professions have been excluded in Patriarch's time. Occasionally, we have Patriarch turned to people. And following Father Raphael, and actually, well, if you could come to some conclusions already, we would be grateful. In accordance with the decision on documents of the Second Vatican Council, the Synod of the Armenian Catholic Church in the early 19th of last century decided to work on the study of its tradition in order to eliminate centuries-old Romanization spraying, as always. For example, when we talk about adding wine to water. And of course, in very many cases, it depends on bishops or priests, because there are very many who try to understand the rite and to clear it from such unimportant Roman inclusions. But there are also those who, due to various circumstances, neglect it. So returning to the question brought up by this conference, we can say that the Armenian voice in the multiple voices of Eastern Catholic churches can still be heard, and it tries to convey this value to everyone. Despite the fact that it is exhausted by its very difficult and confusing history, it seeks to convey the depths of its ancient tradition. It calls for knowledge of the depths of theological heritage, which embraces various Christian tradition. The Armenian Church now sounds like with the voice of Saint Gregory of Nyssa, who, despite the fact that he never being a member of the Catholic Church, was recently proclaimed as the doctor of the Church by Pope Francis. Thank you.
Thank you for a very interesting report, because for many of us, the Armenian tradition is the tradition which we don't have access to every day. So it's very important for us to know how it developed and keeps developing. So as a specialist in ecumenism, I would like to ask you whether there is any official dialogue between the Armenian Catholic Church, the Armenian Apostolic Church, or churches, because there are several Armenian churches, and what questions except the role of the Pope of Rome in the Universal Church, what other issues prevent them from finding the unity of these churches? Well, in the beginning of the 1990s, the 90s of the previous century, or even the previous millennium, they signed a declaration, a theological document, claiming that there is no difference in theological discussions, that the Christology of the Armenian churches is acceptable, and there is no need to adopt the Chalcedonian Council as a separate document. So they are not raising this issue right now anymore. So there is a dialogue between the Armenian Catholic Church and Armenian Apostolic Church in Armenia in various settlements. But quite often these discussions and this dialogue is more about the social service in local communities. So they do the ecumenic services and masses while commemorating, for example, the victims of the genocide. So they usually have representatives of both churches praying for the victims of this genocide. But what concerns them, more extensive discussions, I can't say that they are there, but on the other hand, I may not know about some things. Thank you. And there's a very short question. So this is close to what Ludmila asked. Well, have you noticed in Armenian Catholic churches around the world any attempts to go back to the Armenian Apostolic Church as it happened, for example, in Ukraine? Well, I believe that Ludmila meant that in Lviv we had an Armenian Catholic Church, and now this is the community of the Armenian Apostolic Church. Well, I know the situation in Lviv, that the church belongs to the Armenian Catholic Church. That was before the war, and now it belongs to the state, the Ukrainian state, and it may be used by the Armenian Apostolic Church. And I know that the Armenian Catholic community also has this right to use this church, but it's just because there are no representatives of this community in Lviv, they don't use this church. What concerns the return? Well, I haven't heard about that, and I don't think that there are any trends like that. Taras Korles would like to add on this issue. I would like to tell you more about the Lviv Church, the Armenian Catholic community, which was here in Lviv before the First World War. It was very much Latinized, as it was described by Paul in his brochure of 1927, which was called the Unitism, and he actually divided the Uniats into 4 or 5 categories, and one of them was the Uniats which could not go back to the original tradition, and the community of Armenian Catholics in Lviv actually were included into this category because it was Latinized and Slavonized, and then most of them moved to Romania. And this way, this community basically disappeared. So it's not a transition to the Armenian Apostolic Church. It's well, the community which exists right now. This is the community which appeared in the times of the Soviet Union. Well, there's no continuity, no connection between these two communities, so there was no translation. Thank you. I would like to thank our three presenters for very interesting reports and for sharing the ideas with us and well, for discussing with us. And I remember the words of Jaroslav Hrycak, a historian who participated in one of our conferences, and said that the success of Europe was the success of how they overcame crisis. And trying to connect this idea with our today's discussion, I should say that when we talk about Latinization, we all understand that this is not only the problem of Eastern Catholic churches, this is the problem of all churches, the Latin Church, of the Greek Catholic Church, even of the Russian Orthodox Church. But the experience of Eastern Catholic churches, of the Byzantium or Armenian or other rites, may become a useful tool for overcoming this Latinization, not just as some, well, cutting off some traditions, but as the return to the sources, ad fontes, and the restoration of the identity, which is live and vibrant and develops in, well, together with the time. So I would like to thank all the participants and presenters of our discussion. And in half an hour, we'll have the next discussion. And during this discussion, we will be talking about the well, monophony and polyphony of the Eastern Catholical churches from the ecclesiological and canonical points of view. And well, we would like to thank also the CNEVA in Canada and the L'Orient in France, who enabled our today's conference. So have a great day and see you soon. Glory to Jesus Christ. Dear participants, dear colleagues, glory to Jesus Christ, esteemed participants, esteemed colleagues. It's time to proceed to this third panel of our international conference dedicated to the general topic, Eastern Catholic Churches, can they speak with one voice? And we have divided our work today into two panels. One of them was dedicated to the liturgical matters, and now we will be talking about ecclesiological and canonical matters. And we would like to apologize beforehand in case we encounter any technical problems, because we live in difficult times in Ukraine, and we have often power cutoffs quite often. Sometimes they are scheduled, sometimes they are emergency cutoffs because of our northern neighbor who bombarded our critical infrastructure to impact the most vulnerable civilians, because when they can't win on the battlefield, they use this terrorist tactics. So we have gotten used to that. We are using alternative sources of power, and our conference is supported by a whole team of technical support who does everything possible to make sure that the participants and the attendees and the panelists do not feel any particular inconveniences and any problems with the live streaming. Well, our internet connection is not stable either, but we keep working, and I'm very happy that we have so many people willing to present here. We are grateful to you. And we also see it as a gesture of solidarity with Ukraine in these hard times. And I would like to thank our sponsors, without whom this conference would not be possible. This is the CNEVA Canadian Fund and Lordorian French fund, which supported us in this initiative. This is the first of the series of 3 conferences, and we hope that by the third conference, the situation in Ukraine will be so different that no technical problems will be an issue. And today, I would like to present and to introduce, 2 books, which will be presented by their co-editors. These are the books which are, definitely very much to the, point of the research of the Eastern Catholic Churches. So this is a book, Metropolitan Maxim Hermaniuk, Vatican II and the Ukrainian Greco-Catholic Church. And the second book is The Catholic Church and its Orthodox Sister Churches, 25 years after Balamand. So there are 2 co-authors, co-editors of these 2 books. This is Professor Yaroslav Skira and Professor Peter DeMay. Professor Yaroslav Skira from the United States and Professor Peter DeMay from Belgium. And I think that probably Professor Skira will be the first to speak.
Turn off your microphone.
Слава Ісусу Христу! Вітаю всіх.
Glory to Jesus Christ. Hello, everyone. I'm happy to see you all at this conference organized by the Ukrainian Catholic University. And I should say that you are in my and in our prayers. And we admire, your great humanitarian assistance to the refugees and people suffering because of war. Professor Peter DeMay from Belgium will be the first, and then I'll be the second. We have a small PowerPoint presentation, as you may see, and I would just like to add that I'm not from the United States. I'm from Canada, from Toronto. Well, I'm sorry. Please excuse me.
And he'll let me know when to change the slides.
So thanks a lot for the invitation, and we just in recent days we happened to have received the visit of one of your vice deans, Taras Timo, in Leuven yesterday evening, has also testified to our students and to our staff about the very difficult situation you are living in. So you are really in our hearts, and I have such great memories of physical visits to Uku. We hope to continue this soon after this tragical situation. The series Eastern Christian Studies, which till recently was published with Peters Publishers in Leuven, comprises of 2 volumes that pay attention to the memory of Metropolitan Maxim Hermaniuk, an important Ukrainian Catholic hierarch of the 20th century. To my knowledge, apart from the Melkite Bishop Edelby, Metropolitan Hermaniuk was the only Eastern Catholic Council Father who kept a diary during the years in which he participated at the Second Vatican Council. Hence, the Center for the Study of this Council of my university found it a worthwhile project to publish this diary in an English translation. We received permission from the archives of the Ukrainian Catholic Archeparchy of Winnipeg, and Professor Jaroslav Skira from the University of Toronto prepared the translation into English. Dr. Karim Schelkens, who is now Professor of Church History at the University of Tilburg, composed helpful notes. Together with the CD-ROM with the original text in Ukrainian language, the book was published in 2012. The appendix contains other important documents written by the same author, among others, the common pastoral letter of the Ukrainian Catholic bishops present at the Second Vatican Council in Rome, which Metropolitan Hermaniuk, who was temporarily assigned the head of the Episcopal Conference during the absence of the primate sufferer Patriarch Sleepy, had drafted in 1962. Next slide, please. We found Peter's publishers willing to also publish a companion volume to the diaries, which was edited by Professor Skira and myself in 2020 under the title Metropolitan Maxim Hermaniuk, Vatican II, and the Ukrainian Greco-Catholic Church. Normally, I would have traveled to Uku in May 2020 in order to make publicity and introduce the volume, but this was no longer possible due to COVID and since then the awful period of war. Next slide. The chapters written by historian Athanasius McVeigh and Bishop David Motyuk introduce the reader into the religious context in Western Ukraine and in the diaspora during the lifespan of the Metropolitan. Western Ukraine was part of Poland, and the Roman Catholic Church enjoyed more privileges, but under Metropolitan Sheptytsky, the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church worked hard to rediscover the beauty of its original liturgy, even if this led to disputes with his suffragans and with the Basilian order. Hermaniuk joined the Byzantine Rite branch of the Redemptorists and would, after the end of his studies, be sent abroad to join their mission in Canada. Bishop Motyuk studies the extension of the UGCC in the first half of the 20th century in Western and Central Europe, North and South America, and Australia. Much attention goes, of course, towards Canada. In 1956, Pope Pius XII had created an ecclesiastical province for Ukrainian Catholics in Canada, and the then auxiliary Bishop Hermaniuk became the first metropolitan of the Archeparchy of Winnipeg. The third historical chapter by the Belgian theologian Schelkens sheds more light on the 15 years of his life in Leuven, with successful studies culminating in obtaining the degree of Magister in Theology in 1947. It is no surprise that this Ukrainian intellectual would soon after his arrival in Canada establish the Sheptytsky Institute and become the founding editor-in-chief of the journal Logos, a journal in which many Ukrainian and other theologians have constructively reflected on their Eastern Catholic identity. The articles by Gilles Routier and myself reflect on Metropolitan Hermaniuk's ecclesiological convictions, as expressed in his input during the Second Vatican Council. Gilles Routier describes the tension between the ideal and the reality of episcopal collegiality. We owe it to Hermaniuk's intervention in the pre-conciliar theological commission that already the first draft on ecclesiology insisted that infallibility was not exclusively the prerogative of the Pope, but under specific circumstances also was exercised by the College of Bishops. From his conciliar speeches till his interventions during assemblies of the Synod of Bishops, he regularly pleaded in favor of a permanent council of bishops that would advise the Pope in his universal governance of the Church, a dream which would only become reality with the creation of the C9 under Pope Francis. Already before the start of the council, he organized the first conference of Ukrainian bishops in the free world, but quickly discovered that it is hard to achieve consensus among bishops. I have shown in my chapter how, especially after becoming a member of the Secretariat for Christian Unity, Herman became more critical about the imperfections of the decree on the Eastern Catholic Churches. After the promulgation of the decree, he writes in his diary, and I quote, "This decree, though it is not as it could have been, and this on account of the division among the Eastern patriarchs themselves, is nevertheless a great achievement for the Christian East," unquote. In this volume, we also include an English translation of the incomplete commentary on the first 6 paragraphs of Orientalium Ecclesiarum, which the Metropolitan had published in 1965 in his own eparchial newspaper, Postu. He was, among others, aware of the huge significance of paragraph 2 of the decree, which included a reference to the various churches or rites as part of the definition of the Holy Catholic Church. He was convinced that this teaching of the Council, quote, "will become suitable foundations for the practical elaboration of the system of collegial governance of bishops in Christ's Church," unquote. The final chapters of the volume have been written by Ukrainian Catholic theologians who also pay attention to the Metropolitan's writings and pastoral practice after the Council. Professor Michel Dimit of UKU pointed to the closeness of views between Metropolitan Herman Juk and Primate Joseph Slipy on the establishment of a UGCC patriarchate. Herman Juk welcomed Slipy's elevation to the cardinalate in 1965 in his diary, quote, as the closest step to creating our patriarchate, unquote. He deplored, however, that the Council had not corrected, quote, the injustice for the Eastern churches of the limitation of their leaders' jurisdiction to the territory. Professor Emeritus Miroslav Tatarin has reasons to believe that in his own eparchy, Metropolitan Herman Juk could have done more efforts to foster the practical implementation of the Council, and the conflicts he had with some of his priests suggests that he was only interested in episcopal collegiality. Professor Skira, finally, seems to consider Herman Juk's contacts with the secular hierarchy in order to secure state support for Catholic education an example of a positive reception of the Council, whereas Herman Juk's fight against English as liturgical language for the Ukrainian Catholics in Canada perhaps reflects his more ambivalent reception of the Council. Anyhow, the last line of Herman Juk's diary remains valid till today. The Council has ended, but the problems raised by it await resolution.
І тепер запрошуємо до слова.
Thank you, Professor Peter Demey. And now we would like to give the floor to Professor Yaroslav Skira, who has just received the Dean's office. Thank you. I'll speak English because my co-editor does not understand Ukrainian.
In all of these works, we should make Peter an honorary Ukrainian for his support of all of the topics and research he's done on the Ukrainian churches, particularly since the Catholic University of Louvain has been so welcoming in the reception of students from Ukraine. And I know he's had a number of students from the Ukrainian Catholic University. And so this is just a personal expression of gratitude for his work and for his initiative, and from personally his own, but also from the Catholic University of Louvain. Part of that work and collaboration that we've enjoyed with KU Leuven was manifest in a conference that was held in Belgium a number of years ago, which gave birth to the book that I'd like to introduce today. This conference was titled "The Reception of the Balmain Declaration and the Current Relations Between Orthodox and Oriental Churches and Their Catholic Counterparts." And as you can see, there were a number of people that you may recognize in this slide. That's me on the far left there, but I think many of you know Reverend Dr. Oneferko. I think everyone knows very well your Chancellor Metropolitan Boris Kudziak. Standing to his on the right there is Professor Peter Demey, and I think you all know Reverend Dr. Cyril Hovorun. And these are all these participants who made, of the many participants from both Eastern Catholic, Roman Catholic, and Orthodox churches who were present at this really successful conference, which, as I mentioned, gave birth to this book, The Catholic Church and its Orthodox sister churches 25 years after Balmain. And hopefully you can see my screen and it's not cut off too much there. The book is divided into the 3 chapters, and they're largely thematic, based on some of the conference papers that were presented. And what the general theme in all of the essays and as part of the conference, what we recognize is that the Balmain document interjected a period of instability in what was a largely very successful dialogue between the Catholic Church and the Orthodox churches. Its first few documents on the Trinity and sacraments were very well received, and were in the spirit of the Second Vatican Council, where you had the mutual rapprochement between these two churches and the beginnings of a very fruitful dialogue of love and of charity and of truth. But the Balmain document in itself was its tone and its genre was a departure from the previous documents, and in terms of what they had been talking about theologically as a basis of union of all the churches. So this Balmain document was the conference was done on the silver anniversary, that's the 25 years after the Balmain's declaration. And what the presentations showed were various approaches and various understandings of how Eastern Catholics relate to both the Catholic Church, the larger Catholic Church, as well as their Eastern Orthodox counterparts. What we were very intentional in doing in our editing was avoiding the term uniat. Although it's prevalent in some historical documents and other essays, and it's even been used by Eastern Catholics, we felt that the term has begun to acquire a pejorative or a negative connotation. What we're also were aware of in a number of the essays and the presentations, and you'll see in a number of the footnotes in the essays, is that at times there were confusions between what the Balmain document had rejected, which was uniatism as a method of union, or a model of union. So uniatism as kind of a past historical approach to proselytism was rejected by the Balmain document. But what the Balmain document also did was affirm the right to the existence of Eastern Catholic churches. So Balmain itself made a distinction between uniatism as a method and a model of church unity, but also the current context and the dignity of the Eastern Catholic churches. But what happens is in all of these essays, and as the essay shows and the book shows, and we write this in our introduction, is that sometimes the term uniatism is used synonymously with the term Eastern Catholic, which would then imply that both Unionism as well as Eastern Catholic churches were condemned or rejected by Balamand. And that leads to kind of a historical, it leads to an ecumenical problem in affirming the right of the Eastern Catholic churches to exist. There are a number of very positive examples of Eastern Catholics existing alongside of Orthodox churches and engaging with their Roman Catholic counterparts. But there are also examples that we saw in all of these essays is that a call for the elimination of the Eastern Catholic churches in kind of a very radical call for them to be either become Roman Catholics or return to their mother churches and cease to exist. And so you have this spectrum that emerges in all of these essays. As part of the first context, first part of the book, we look at the historical unitisms in East and West, where Professor Farrugia, who was part of this conference, talks about historical examples of unitism both in East and in West, and just so that the context is objectively placed when we're talking about the notion of unitism and forced unitisms. My essay obviously gives a little bit of a historical intervention as to where the Balamand document sits within the wider ecumenical dialogue. And part of one of the themes that emerges is the call for an ecumenical historiography on the right and dignity of the Eastern churches to exist and as be equal dialogue partners. What I also note in my essay is that although Orthodox churches have condemned, some have condemned Eastern Catholics and unitisms, I've also shown some examples where the Orthodox themselves had engaged in forms of unitism by establishing Western Rite Orthodox churches, with although not to the same degree as the existence and size of the current Eastern Catholic churches. Barbara Helensleben's article deals with the concept of sister churches and its problematic use in dialogues between the Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church, and its usage amongst Orthodox churches itself. Predominantly, that term has been used to describe churches that are in communion with each other, and so it would naturally apply to Orthodox churches. But it would have problematic usage in some cases, and in some theologians and hierarchs, when it's applied to speaking of relations between the Catholic Church as a sister church. Amphilios Miltos also deals with that concept of the sister churches and the preponderance of multiple jurisdictions in diaspora communities, so-called diaspora communities, like in Europe and North America, where you would have multiple Orthodox jurisdictions existing alongside multiple jurisdictions of Eastern Catholic churches. The second part of the book deals with the reception of the Balamand document. And by reception, we were looking and analyzing kind of two levels of what it means to speak about the reception of Balamand. On one level, we had described how the reception can be on a kind of a charismatic level, where you would have kind of formal ecclesial structures or churches engaging in the reception of the Balamand document's themes and its principles for ecumenical cooperation. But also you have the notion of reception on more of a practical level, where you have local communities that are engaging in the principles of the Balamand document, and how Balamand and inter-Orthodox ecumenism, as well as relations with Eastern Catholic churches, is affected in very specific and local contexts. This second section deals with one essay deals with the ecumenical patriarchate in Greece by Pantelis Kalaizidis, and he shows some past historical examples of unitism and the establishment of Latin hierarchies within traditionally Orthodox lands. And he shows some of the serious rejections of Eastern Catholic churches. Cyril Hovorun deals with the Eastern Catholic churches within the context of the history of the relations between of Russia, Ukraine, and Constantinople. And I'm sure you all are very well aware of the recent granting of the autocephaly to the Orthodox Church of Ukraine and the problematic relationships that had established between Russia and Constantinople, where Russia broke off Eucharistic communion with the Ecumenical Patriarchate. Father Andrei Onoferko deals with the Ukrainian Greco-Catholic Church's reception of the Balaman document, and he shows some really concrete examples of local ecumenical relations and attempts at unity in what is known as the Kievan Church Study Group. But he also shows examples of where the Ukrainian Greco-Catholic Church attempted to reach out to the Russian Orthodox Church in a spirit of reconciliation, which was not reciprocated. Ihorancia deals with Balamand and the Havana Declaration and some of the problematic nature of the Havana Declaration, in that it adopted many of the themes that would be really in the spirit of Russian propaganda against Eastern Catholic churches, particularly the Ukrainian Catholic Church having some negative reactions to some of the themes and the tone of that document. Mihail Simon Sasoyan deals with the reception of the Balaman document in Romania, and he shows some examples also over there about how the reemergence of the Romanian Eastern Catholic Church has caused some problems with relations with the Orthodox, in the same way that the tensions had arisen within the reemergence of the Ukrainian Catholic churches from the underground, and attempts at establishing a commission that would deal with issues of church property and other matters between Eastern Catholics and the Orthodox. And the final one in this section deals with, by Goran Sekalovsky, deals with the reception of the Balaman document in North Macedonia. And he shows how in a number of examples, the Balaman Declaration has been received at the local level. At least the spirit of it has been received at the local level in relationships between Eastern Catholics. Nevertheless, the same tensions exist as in the case of Romania and the ecumenical and in Ukraine. A final section deals with the reception of the Balaman document in the Middle East. And although some of the churches that are affected by this would be in the Oriental Orthodox Christianity, which would not have been part of the Roman Catholic Eastern Orthodox ecumenical dialogue, a number of these churches do have, there are parallels with Balaman and relationships between Eastern Catholics and the Catholic Church and their Orthodox or Eastern Christian counterparts. And it's the first essay in this series by Bogdan Gabriel Dragici deals with the Pro Oriente Foundation, which I think you know, I think everyone would know here, deals with the ecumenical cooperation between the Eastern Catholic churches, the Catholic Church and the Orthodox churches. This has been a very very successful consultation, and a number of common Christological declarations have emerged out of that very fruitful dialogue. The next article is by Nagy Edelby, who deals with what is known as the Melkite Bishop's initiative, Melkite Bishop Zogby's initiative towards having a double communion with the Catholic Church and the Orthodox counterparts within his particular context. This initiative ultimately failed in producing a formal double communion, but it did result in a number of accords between the churches in his context towards common pastoral care, and particularly in contexts which the Eastern Catholic churches were minority churches, and in some cases, in necessity, there were even examples of sacramental sharing. Samuel Noble deals with the Patriarchate of Antioch, where in many ways the necessity of ecumenical collaboration and pastoral collaboration was a result of the fact that these churches were largely minority churches and predominantly a Muslim context. And here we also see some examples of the practical reception of the Balaman Declaration for Ecumenical Collaboration. Samuel Hugh Donovan follows along similar themes about relationships of Eastern Catholics as well as the Orthodox Eastern Christian counterparts in the Middle East, and she uses Olivier Clement and his ecumenical principles towards establishing an understanding of a unity and diversity, or ecclesial pluralism, as being a basis for understanding how Eastern Catholics and the Eastern Christians can relate to each other. The final, second last article there is by John Woolley, who deals with the Armenian Apostolic Church. And again, this church would be in the Oriental Orthodox traditions. But here he shows that largely because of the work through the Pro Oriente Foundation, there have been numerous examples of fraternal relations between these churches and their attempts to avoid acts of proselytism. And so here, the Balaman's declarations were, in a sense, received. And the final article by one of our co-editors, by Herman Thule, is on the Assyrian Church in the East, which is a unique case in that the Eastern Catholic churches were numerically superior to their Eastern Christian counterparts. But again, here you have examples of churches who are small minorities in largely Islamic contexts. But there are examples where each church's synod signs decrees for promoting unity between their churches in historical context. And again, just to return to some of the themes that I've mentioned at the beginning of my my talk, a brief talk, is that Balaman interjected a different tone and genre into Orthodox Catholic documents, like in contrast to things like the Munich document, which dealt with the Trinity and Christian unity. Unitism is rejected as a method and model of union by all of the authors. But again, I highlighted the fact that there were problematics in the usage of the term unitism. And it's being used uncritically or explicitly as being synonymous to refer to Eastern Catholics. So if you condemn unitism and you use the term Eastern Catholic as synonymous, then the implication, either tacitly or explicitly, is that you also condemn Eastern Catholics, even though the Balaman document clearly stated and affirmed the right of Eastern Catholic churches to exist. What you also did see that in our essays is that there are a diversity of relations of Eastern Catholics to their mother or even sister churches. And I put that there as a little bit provocative because very often the Orthodox and in dialogue you hear a reference to the Eastern Catholics in relationship to their mother churches, the churches from which they had Orthodox churches from which they emerged. In predominantly Orthodox countries, the relationships are more strained. But where Eastern Catholics form a minority with their Eastern Christian counterparts, particularly in the Middle East or in North America, you have examples both formally at the synodal level and hierarchies, but also at grassroots levels of more collaborative and ecumenical relations. And this is we didn't get a chance to examine the relationships of the Eastern Catholic Church in Ukraine with the new Orthodox Church of Ukraine, since this book was already coming out. But I think in those examples, you'll see a number of fruitful examples of ecumenical collaboration, particularly in light of the war on Ukraine by Russia. What is also another theme that emerged, and this will be my final point, is that an ecumenical historiography is necessary as part of the truth and reconciliation. If really the Catholic Church and the Orthodox churches truly want an authentic and lasting reconciliation, then Eastern Catholics must be part of that in their wholeness as equal dialogue partners. and not simply as second thoughts towards the more dominant churches. And so rather than being sidelined, they should be integral parts of any ecumenical relations. And so those are the kind of the themes that emerged out of our paper, out of our book. And so on that, I will end.
В мене є в ході цієї презентації, в мене виникли дві думки. Найперше, це є завдання.
Task that I have during this presentation, because it's the task of ours to translate two of these texts into Ukrainian. And I think the priority for us would be the second one that you mentioned about Parliament and about sister churches. And then it's not really that it has lesser priority, but later we can also have another one about Metropolitan Hermanyuk. They would be useful for us as reference materials to continue our research as well as for our students. And another fact worth mentioning, in very many texts describing Catholic dialogue, and also when we talk about the work of theological commission, they mentioned these three documents, this happy first phase when the commission adopted it, about faith, about sacraments. And then the question is about everything ended in a crisis, the question of unionists. And what about this question of unitism? Was it really an authentic dialogue, an honest dialogue, because it led to this dead end, basically? And the way I see it, of course, that for the discussion of some question, there was a dialogue, but when I talk about Catholic churches and unitism, then it was not ready for this dialogue. Parliament was a great breakthrough, but again, the true discussion was postponed, and of course, we will return to it. I want to express gratitude for this presentation about these books. Then I want to introduce Father Gabriel Gashem from Lebanon. It's not the first time that he has joined us at our conferences. He is a professor of theology at the Kashlik in Lebanon. He is a member of the commission from the Greek Catholic Patriarchy. And also, I would ask you kindly to follow 20-minute time frame, because we have previously mentioned that everyone will receive some 15-20 minutes for their presentation. And Gabriel Gash will be talking about Eastern Catholic churches, about regional identity and their ecumenical role.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to address my thanks to the organizer for the invitation and to assure you that the Ukrainian people are always in the heart of our prayers. To speak with one voice, the Eastern Catholic churches should have common elements in their identity and vocation. I would, from an ecclesiological point of view, excluding historical, pastoral, and canonical approaches, I would present four main elements that seem to be common and that could justify the speaking with one voice. The first one is the full communion within the Catholic Church in faith, sacraments, hierarchy, and diaconia. In fact, their union with Rome, which occurred at one or another moment in history under the same conditions, constitutes an important element of their common identity. Second, the liturgy, source of their ecclesial life, is another patrimony which, despite its rich diversity, could be considered as another common element. Third, the patriarchal status. Although some churches, for pure historical reasons, do not have the official title, all these churches are sui juris and enjoy a special status. Finally, the ecumenical vocation, intimately linked to the moment of their Roman union, taught in centuries preceding the Second Council of Vatican and questioned since the beginning of the dialogue between the Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church. Speaking about Catholicity of the Church, which should, as affirmed in number 13 of Lumen Gentium and other texts of Vatican II, promote unity in diversity. I have the impression that the Eastern Catholic churches are still considered as tolerated guests, and that their contribution remains minor within the Catholic Church. I would ask, what have we as Eastern Catholic churches brought to the church called Universal since the Second Council of Vatican? I believe that the synodal process launched by Pope Francis 2 years ago could help us to confirm our identity as part of the Catholic Church and not only in the Catholic Church. We are neither Roman Catholic nor Orthodox. We are who we are, and our identity is to be recognized mainly within the communion of the churches. But we cannot blame others if our identity is not confirmed. We must believe that we are churches of God. From this point, the true recognition of our ecclesial identity will emerge and overcome any ambiguity. The identity and vocation of our churches should be defined in their proper context. It is as if we were unhappy with one or the other. In fact, we are called to build a different model, more open to the hues of each place, to the local culture and language. The challenges proper to interfaith reality and plurality should also be taken into consideration. We are not Catholic, we are not Orthodox anymore. What are we? This is the ambiguity of our identity. Nowadays, synodality is a unique opportunity to listen to each other and to make each voice heard. Together with other churches of God, we must discern God's will for his people and for the world. Synodality confronts us with the challenge of a dynamic identity that does not remain locked in the forms of the past. Synodality challenges us and pushes us to reflect on the raison d'etre of our churches as Eastern Catholic Church. Eastern Catholic Church, for what? What is the purpose? Then we have to reflect, to think, to collaborate together to make our identity free of any ambiguity. Source of the ecclesial life, the liturgy. The unity of our churches is ensured first by the liturgy, which means the common adoration of the Holy Trinity, adoration assured not only by the sacraments and celebrations, but also and above all in the daily witness of our lips and our life. Our liturgical heritage is common for all churches of the Syriac tradition and for those of the Byzantine tradition, both Catholic and Orthodox. So it is with the patristic patrimony so that our liturgy expresses our ecclesial identity and flows from it. The current challenges of liturgical life seem major. Our liturgies are mostly of monastic origin, are not no longer adapted to pastoral needs or to the demand of the mission. Added to this are the problems encountered in the diaspora regarding the cultural integration, translations, and adaptation of the ceremonies. However, our Eastern Catholic churches have always used living languages and have been careful to adapt the liturgy to the present times. How can we strive today to make the liturgy alive while preserving our rich liturgical patrimony? Aesthetics and love of beauty are an element favorable to the promotion of spirituality, whose two great pillars remain the divinization of man and the deep respect of creation. On one hand, we have to confess that the interference of the nationalist spirit and traditionalist tendencies do not make this task easy. And on another hand, it's clear that the proclamation of the gospel is priority for our churches. It is obvious that the interference of the nationalist spirit and traditional tendencies do not make this task of reform easy. But we cannot give up because the proclamation of the gospel is an urgency that prevails over identity interest. How can the liturgy still convert this secularized materialistic world into the kingdom of God? What role could the mystagogical approach to our liturgy and spirituality play according to this liturgy, theology, hymnography, iconography, liturgy and diaconia that are only multiple components of the ecclesial identity and the Christian mystery? In the mystagogical approach, it's not allowed to fragment the Christian life nor separate faith and sacrament. I cannot be a Christian only in my mind, my intellect, and not in my body or my practical life. I cannot have a religion or faith a la carte. With regard to the separation of faith and sacrament, it deprives us of the source of divine life and of the sacramental body of the risen Christ. In fact, the divine life is communicated to us by the sacraments and its extension in the virtues. What would be really our common contribution in this field, in the liturgy and the divinization, not only of the human being, but also of the whole creation? The patriarchal statute. The Trinitarian communion celebrated in the liturgy of each local or particular church expands and extends through the different structure of the universal church. The Patriarchate is the synodal structure of communion privileged in the Eastern Catholic churches, and all these churches benefit from this statute. The specificity of this structure of communion consists in the belief that the church is synodal in her nature as a gathering of the messianic people of God, in which ordained ministers devote themselves to the service of the growth of the mystical body of Christ. Unfortunately, more and more our patriarchal synods become like conferences of bishops, of persons who believe they are endowed with sacred power detached from their ministry for the people of God. In our synods, the lay faithful's role is often neglected. Women and young people do not find their place. The theological discourse of these assemblies often is not anymore satisfying because it seems more repetitive than creative in regard to the problems of the pastoral field and the concerns of people's life. Dear friends, the Patriarchate could not be in any way dissociated from the synod or from the community of faithful. This ecclesial dimension is once again repeated and highlighted by the synodal process. Let's think and live the church in our patriarchates according to God's will, and let's no more consider the administrative and sacramental aspects detached from the prophetic role of the entire body of God, of Christ. We must rely to the sensus fidei fidelium more than ever, considering the people of God's theology exposed in the second chapter of Lumen Gentium. After the council, some theologians attempted to take advantage of Eastern patriarchal status to decentralize power and promote unity and diversity within the Catholic Church. I just mentioned Hervé Legrand, the French Dominican ecclesiologist. The idea in itself is not bad, but one does not copy a model, but is inspired by it to meet the needs of community. Are we today capable of offering to the communion of churches the patriarchal status worthy of its role as a supra-local, open and creative structure for the sake of pastoral challenges and mission? How? Speaking with one voice about the patriarchal status requires some reflection among all the Eastern Catholic churches in a way that, beyond the historical role of the patriarchate, we can define in adequate terms its ecclesial and ecumenical duty today. The ecumenical vocation. Beyond the vicissitudes of the history of our unions with Rome, we can affirm that the raison d'etre of our churches is the unity. Our ecumenical vocation is not a choice, but a condition linked to our ecclesial being. We, Melchites, claimed before the council the role of the bridge and have promoted the concept of double communion, which is very controversial for both our Roman and Orthodox brothers. After the establishment of the official theological dialogue between the Catholic Church and the Orthodox churches, and the publication of the Balaman document almost 30 years ago, the Catholic Church has recognized that the missionary movement, according to Bellarminian ecclesiology, is rejected as model and method of the past that has led to new divisions between East and West instead of restoring unity. Some of our churches have not well received these documents because they are wondering about their raison d'etre outside the ecumenical vocation. It remains suspicious for them, especially that many Autocephalous Orthodox churches have not reserved for him either the slightest interest or reception. Of course, the theological principles and practical rules announced in this document have not been applied in such a way as to solve the problem. Contrarily, it provided churches with more pastoral and theological complications. On the other hand, today we are witnessing a promising ecumenical openness through the synodal path. But sadly, the current division from which Byzantine Eastern Orthodoxy suffers and the denominational isolation of some Oriental Orthodox churches do not seem to bode well. How then an ecumenical theology be promoted and the spirit of unity spread? As a first step, it's important that our Catholic churches consult each other on this subject, re-examine formation in seminaries and schools of theology, promote pastoral care and spirit of openness among faithful, so that ecumenism does not remain a task reserved for theologians, bishops, and pastors. On the other hand, our presence and role in the Roman Curia should make our Eastern theology, patriarchal status, and pedagogical liturgy more present and visible for the good of all the churches. This is how we can prevail unity in diversity and defend our ecclesial identity. Then we can speak with one voice.
Дуже дякую, професоре.
Thank you very much, Professor Gabriel Hudson, for your report. You have really analyzed the things which unite Eastern Catholic churches, the liturgy in particular, diacony, and our patriarchal order of the church. And you also mentioned the common challenges faced by Eastern churches, including the development of the synodal principle of our churches, where the faithful could take more active part in the life of the church and develop the structures of the church, and also such challenges as secularization and the development of Eastern theology and its reconsideration. So these are all the matters to be dealt with by Eastern Catholics. And I liked your idea about the identity of Eastern Catholic churches, which exists in this communion and correlation with other churches. So this identity is not something in itself, but it manifests in its relation with the other churches and with Rome. So we have time to take one question if someone would like to ask a question or to reflect upon the topic of the report. Taras Kurelets? Yes, thank you, Father, for a very interesting report. And we all know and we all remember what was the role, how important was the role of the Melkite Greek Catholic, Western Catholic Church during the Vatican II, where they were told that they were the voice of the East, and during this council. And on the other hand, this church was a kind of a bridge between the East and the West. And Patriarch Lubomir Huzar said that he doesn't like the image of our churches as the bridge. Why? Because a bridge has no nature of itself. It's just something connecting the two banks, the two sides. So these two sides, these two banks, they have their origins, and the bridge doesn't. So, but we are a part of the Christian East. What do you think about that?
Thank you for the question. I think that the concept of bridge is still it's still how to say it accurate. I mean, it's still valuable. Why? Because in our identity, even we are not Roman Catholic nor Orthodox, we are in the same time. In our identity, there is a part of Orthodoxy and a part of the Catholicity. I mean, the Roman Catholic identity. The bridge is us, is our life, is our witness, is our theology. It's only the possibility that one day the church, the universal church, will be open and able to welcome not only unity in diversity, but unity in different diversity. Although the difference, we can live in communion, and we can recognize the ecclesial identity of the other.
With one voice, what does that mean?
In Lumen Gentium, this was affirmed in the number 8, the possibility of the salvation outside the borders of the Catholic Church. But unfortunately, we didn't develop this affirmation mainly in the concept of unity and diversity in number 13 in Lumen Gentium. And we as Eastern Catholic churches suffer from a lack of prophetic commitment and prophetic discourse and language, and we didn't undertake a lot of initiatives. And those who were undertaken, unfortunately, were not able to go to the end.
Дякую, отче.
Дякую. Пригадую, що ще буде можливість.
Thank you, and would like to remind you that we will have the possibility to ask questions to our speakers in the end after all the speeches. And now it's time to proceed to our next presenter, that is Professor Edward Farrugia. He's a professor of dogmatics and patristics at the Pontifical Oriental Institute in Rome, and he was also the dean of this institute. He's the editor of the Orientalia Christiana Analecta series. So, Father Edward, welcome to our conference. Thank you for being present here. So, your report is dedicated to the Eastern Catholic churches. Do they have a common mission? One voice, one code, one heart.
Будь ласка, професоре, увімкніть камеру і мікрофон.
Please turn on your camera and your microphone.
First of all, I thank very much for the invitation, and I greet very warmly my many Ukrainian students from Rome.
Could you switch on your camera, dear professor?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
We can hear you. Can you switch on your camera, please?
But we do not see you. We would like to see you also.
Do you see me?
No, so far not. We hear you well.
What should I do so that I am seen?
Камера включена чи ні? Switch on your camera on your computer.
See, look, I can look for help. Wait a minute, perhaps.
Okay, during that time you may start the presentation. There is a button below camera. C'è un bottone laggiù che si chiama camera, poi si può premere.
Avvia il mio video. Okay.
Eccolo.
Can you see me? Thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay, let me start with my conference.
A little.
Yes.
There we go.
Okay. Okay. So, speaking with one voice, what does that mean? Acts 4, 31, 32 come to mind. They were all filled with the Holy Spirit, spoke the word of God with boldness. Now the whole group of all who believed were of one heart and soul. A thorough reading of Acts, however, gives the impression that this unanimity is rare. After much soul-searching, the apostles in council come to the conclusion over the question of circumcision. We have decided unanimously, but the issue continued to sharply divide the earliest church. Anthropology throws light on this. The inexorable demand for unanimity is rather typical of unstable groups who cannot brook legitimate dissent, as if God had only them to deal with and nobody else. Speaking with one voice should refer to the harmony of polyphony, with points and counterpoints, reconciliating themselves in the coda. The Council of Nicaea, the first council, 125, affirms that even in weighty matters, such as the nomination of a bishop, the dissent of 2 or 3 contentious electors does not invalidate the majority vote. That's Canon 6. It is, of course, more than legitimate for a group to speak with one voice vis-a-vis a partner, let alone a parent. Here we have to do with the exchanges between 2 mature adults, where, especially by modern standards, child-parent, parent-child, adult-adult, thoroughly belong to a transactional model. Reflecting on Galatians 2:11, where Paul criticizes Peter very strongly, Thomas Aquinas remarks, through such an example, Christ teaches us that authority exists to recalibrate another authority. What unites the Eastern Catholic Churches except their being united to Rome? Being united to Rome should neither be interpreted in an all-inclusive sense, nor in a too minimalistic approach. Many of the Eastern Catholic churches who joined Rome in post-Tridentine times sought to be united with the Universal Church, in itself thoroughly understandable in terms of Jesus' priestly prayer, John 17:21. Less understandable is the exclusivistic ecclesiology then in vogue on both sides of the fence, according to which only one's own church was the sole proper channel of valid sacraments and consequently the only organ of salvation. This narrow view of salvation has been rejected by Vatican II, subsisted in Lumen Gentium 8, which at the same time rethinks the importance of belonging to Rome. This said, the question as to what have the Eastern Catholic churches in common over and above their being united to Rome remains. In light of magisterial declarations from Leo XIII's Orientalium Dignitas, 1894, to John Paul's Orientale Lumen, 1995, the Church has not only rejected any pretended superiority of the Roman rite, Prestantia Ritus Latini, rite referring in pre-Vatican times not only to the liturgy or church discipline, but also to any Eastern church as such. The Church has moved with Orientalium Ecclesiarum, 1964, towards the full upgrading of these churches, regarding them as equal to the Latin Church, if patriarchates of equal status with other patriarchates. Upgrading the patriarchate as such leaves much to be desired. This approach, however, clashes with the phenomenon of Latinization, which one may combat by promoting genuine Eastern traits. Rightly, the document of Ballamant, 1993, relegated proselytism and unitism to methods of the past. In my study, Ballamant before Ballamant, I argued that while the condemnation of these two methods for today is prophetic, the reason why the Ballamant document ultimately failed is the historical part, and more specifically, the way it treats the Eastern Christian churches. There is an imbalance in Ballamant in the way the suffering of the Orthodox is presented. Catholics, nowhere is it said that the Orthodox proselytize of Catholics being incorporated unwillingly into Orthodoxy, twice in Russia, for example. There will be no peace until the suffering of both sides is accepted in a spirit of reconciliation. Can the one code serve as the Unicode of a common mission? It is well known that in the preparatory commission to Vatican I, the secretary, Monsignor Serafino Cretoni, in the 6th Congressus held on 21st September 1867, laid bare the possibilities for codifying the canon law of Eastern Catholic churches in the famous trilemma: one common code for East and West, or two codes, one for the West and one for the East, or one code for each church with differences of rights to it. This amounts to one code, two codes, many codes. In effect, the whole idea was archived before Vatican I ever started. Later on, towards the close of the millennium, all the patriarchs of the East signed a protest against the fact that the code they have is roughly 70% the Latin code with a thin coating of Eastern thought. Michel Sabah, Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, joined them in the process. I had occasion to ask him what he thought of their protest, and he answered dryly, the protest was certainly no felicitous opportunity. Summing it all up, it is not a single code or whatever creates order, but the subordinity or solidarity of heart and soul with the church which lies behind it. Not canons make war, double N, but those who know how to mend them. Not canons, one N, make the church, but those who run it with the requisite Eucharistic fine-tuning. However, one should encourage the development of the specific law underlying each particular Eastern Catholic Church, if only to enrich in depth one's heart link to how one's church is run. Where to place all these threads should be left to future endeavors, which, however, must be understood as basically ecclesiological endeavors. One of the common tasks of the Eastern Catholic Churches in their quest for identity is the rediscovery of their original ecclesial traditions. In quest of their identities, their individual and their collective identity, the Eastern Catholic Churches rightly are very negative about something which seems to have stunted their natural growth, Latinization. When I read, for example, what we Jesuits did among the St. Thomas Christians, unlike what almost contemporaneously Roberto de Nobili, a Jesuit, did elsewhere in India, or Matteo Ricci in China, I feel ashamed in the first instance, that is with the St. Thomas Christians, and try to learn from those whom we pretended to teach. And yet some of my Indian students who wrote on this sorry chapter among the St. Thomas Christians about the time of Francis Rose, the famous Jesuit of the time, who as such loved the Indians and was against the high-handed way of many fellow Jesuits, pointed out to me, however traumatic the whole Latinization was, and however disastrous in endangering the authentic traditions of the St. Thomas Christians and undermining their unity, it was nonetheless in the long run inevitable and even beneficial, because it brought a brave and faithful Christian people in contact with the Constantinian Church, which at that time gave a spell of modernity to the Church. Latinization is a complex reality. It has sometimes hurt Roman Catholics no less than non-Catholic Christians. For example, the prosperous Jesuit Chinese mission was again crushed by Benedict XV's renewed condemnation of ancestor worship, an error only corrected by Pius XII in 1939. Of course, Latinization is usually used when deployed against other Christians, not against non-Christians. But the analogy is obvious, and there are enough examples of creative Catholic initiatives for neophytes being discouraged or even forbidden. May I add that in the past, Ukrainians used Ukrainization to offset Russification. Orthodox Byzantines enforced, roughly at the time of the great Orthodox canonist Theodore Balsamon, who died in 1195, the Byzantine rite, thereby obliterating within the Byzantine Church the non-Byzantine rites of Antioch, Alexandria, and Jerusalem. Orthodox Russian theologian George Florovsky condemned much of post-Tridentine Orthodox theology as pseudomorphosis or malformation due to excessive Latin influence, whereby the Orthodox, for lack of adequate schooling, argued with the Catholics against the Protestants when it came to the Eucharist, and with the Protestants against the Catholics when it came to the Petrine primacy, suggesting instead a neo-patristic system to help Orthodox theology become independent of this malformed theology. It is remarkable, however, that Saint Peter Mogila of Kiev, who died in 1646, although against the Greek Catholics, drew up a union plan which he sent to Rome for a double union with Rome and Constantinople. So is everybody a victim? I do not think so. But Latinization is an umbrella term for an authority oppressing in matters of theology or religious practice the weaker. One has to distinguish between organic changes which preserve the organicity of the plant that offers hospitality and the new graft, and inorganic changes which jeopardize that continuity and thus becomes an artificial imposition on the host plan. On rules for distinguishing between organic and artificial changes, we have the rules of Henry Newman. But these rules too call for prudence in distinguishing the spirits with Ignatius of Loyola. To those who entertain doubts as to the feasibility of returning to the past, one must remember that progress at Vatican II was achieved precisely by going back to the origins and discovering what the founder, Christ in the case of the church, or the founder in the lower case in the case of a religious institute really wanted. However, going back to one's past does not mean aping the past, but rather instead of remaining entrenched in the past, one goes there to come back with a bounce to the present and to adjust to the present moment. Maturity in the human means going back to the past, that is viewing one's current behavior in a new light. After all, to take a human example, is this not what the psychiatrist does? Rendering conscious the reasons conditioning a person's current behavior, thus enabling him to free himself from it at a qualitatively different level. Is this not what the confessor or spiritual advisor does when he makes a person aware of the unresolved spiritual needs conditioned by the past, leading him to pseudo solutions? And here I come now to a new paradigm about which I hope to write more in my final paper. The Eastern Catholic churches are churches minorities, and as churches minorities, they should be protected or not harassed. They should be given advantages so that they grow up to the size, to the stature of the others, just in case they do not have it, and not to be held down. But if they are the church's minorities, and that is my main point, they should be creative minorities. This phrase, which was used by Benedict XVI on his return trip from Prague to Rome on September 28, 2009, spoke of a de-Christianized Europe and Christianity in it as a minority. Now, if you follow the literature on creative minorities, many seem to give the merit to the great British historian Arnold Toynbee, who died in 1975, who had described early Christianity as a creative minority. And I agree, early Christianity appeared on the scene with a new program for helping men to grow out of the tyranny of the law. It's not the law which saves us, it's Christ who saves us. It does not mean we should ignore the law, but the law is not that which saves us. We observe the law in the spirit of Christian freedom for which Christ died for us. Now, this being said, we have to go back to Arnold Toynbee. Excuse me, I somehow turned off the whole thing. Can you see me?
Yes, Father.
You can see me, okay.
Yeah, we see you.
Okay, and you can hear me. Then I continue. Arnold Toynbee said something correct, therefore. Christianity appeared and is a great insert. They say sometimes it's all comes from the Old Testament. It may, but something new doesn't mean that, you know, one goes around with his pajama on the streets. It brings all that has been in the past into a new synthesis, and that's what Christ said. That's why he didn't do away with the Old Testament. He perfected it. Now, this being said, Toynbee was by no means the first to speak of creative minorities. The prophets of the Old Testament had become hoarse in describing what remained of God's people after massive deportations as the holy rest of Israel. I would think that one of the very moving passages about this is what Jeremiah chapter 29, 4-7 says. He says, he sends a letter to the people in exile in Babylon and tell them, look what God wants from you. Be prosperous, build houses, give your children in marriage, try to pray for Babylon, try to contribute to the success of this place where you are exiles. This speaks for a creative minority, which is not afraid of assimilating some of the values of the overarching place. For example, Christ spoke the Babylonian line, Armenian. He didn't speak Hebrew. Maybe he spoke it in the synagogue. I don't know to what extent. But they spoke a Babylonian dialect, which we call Old Syriac. And this already shows that they were creative. They were receptive. We speak of receptive ecumenism. They did it long before us. Okay? So, and even the way when they say that when David, what's his name? Bonhoeffer was about to die. He had a fiancée, and he told her, why don't you marry? He was about to be hanged a few days later, but he told her, why don't you set an example of hope in this world of despair, of corruption, of cruelty? I'm not sure, not all historians perhaps would say this much, but it's often said of him. And if it were not true, it's a very moving story, and I believe that it was. However, it was therefore not Toynbee who was the first to say it. It was the prophets of the Old Testament already who said, like Elijah, he said, I'm the only one who has not knelt in front of Baal, and so they were very proud of their identity as a minority, but they were productive. They were not like, cop-outs of society. They produced many important things, including the Old Testament, and the translations thereof. So, that's what a creative minority is about. Gerhard von Rath says that the prophets of the 8th century, diese Männer waren Einzelne, um nicht zu sagen Einsame. They were not only singles, they were loners. The person in faith, you know, has to do with solipsism. It's as if only he believed. A community which is creative sometimes believes that. See, for a Nice Catholic Church and for all Catholic Church has put it so well. Okay, for a Nice Catholic Church and for all Eastern Catholic churches to have a prophetic voice, for them to join in the choir against injustice, even in their own church, even from Rome sometimes. I don't want to depict Rome badly, but we are aware of injustice having been done in the past. And for the rights of minorities, they must be the first of all, loners, alone with God, if they want to communicate with others who have despoiled them of their unnecessary adipose. Jesus, in John's Gospel, encourages the disciples not to give up in times of persecution. But both images alternate. Christianity as a creative minority, persecuted, but in peace with itself, and diffusive in charity and mission work, as the mission and the charity done to Jerusalem in St. Paul's time, of which he was so proud, by the Corinthians and others. And mission work as a and times when it is at a loss in front of the overwhelming odds. All in all, both Old Testament and New Testament have been idyllic pictures of exiles who return in Jubilee. Think of Marc Chagall, how he describes these things in his unforgettable images, you know. Now why? What's taking place? A century ago, Oswald Spengler, who wrote a book in 1918, The Decline of the West. And if the West is not in full decline, you know why? We have a pacemaker and a peacemaker, and that is our faith in Jesus Christ. Otherwise, Europe would be, you know, really a prairie, a bush, where prevails only the might of the stronger. No, we have Jesus Christ, but we need people to remind us of the faith which moved us when we tried to convert them. We need the people from Kerala and from Ukraine and from, you know, other churches where I saw a great faith, a great ability to pray, that we need to be effective and contagious in the West to make us recover the values of the family and other things. But before we can speak of a common mission, we have to look at the points and counterpoints which compound the polyphony of social ecclesial harmony before we can talk for others. Have I more time to speak? The point for us, however, is that the common mission of the Eastern Catholic churches is to witness to a pure sense of religiosity to a West in danger of losing the faith. But before doing that, it has to be at peace with itself and form a unity. And that's where I bring in Clarence Gallagher, who showed that there is a wide richness in the West, in the East. In his Church Law and Church Order in Rome and Byzantium, a comparative study, Clarence Gallagher has left us a table of incomparable clarity, with Roman examples compared to Byzantines or vice versa. Dionysius Exiguus and John Scholasticus, both 6th century. The Nomocanon and the false decretors, both 9th century. Saint Methodius the Canonist, who died 885, revealing the Greek origins of Slavonic canon law. Gratian of Bologna, who was a theologian, not only a lawyer. Pontifical law and worship. And Theodore Balsamon, 12th century. Bar Hebreus, Syriac Orthodoxy, and Ibed Yesu, Church of the East, both roughly in the mid-12th century. Although not all belong to an Eastern Catholic Church, they are affiliated. And may I add, why do my friends send people to Rome only to study their own culture, which they might study here better? Why not also get to be familiar with the huge legacy of the East and try to make something out of it. John Henry Newman has given us a series of criteria for organic growth, and these are preserving the type, continuity of the principle, power to assimilate, its logical sequence, anticipation of the future, the conservative action upon the past, and the seventh, its chronic vigor. Creating unity between the various Eastern churches. This ideal is great and seems beyond human accomplishment, and yet it can be done if, as I say, to repeat the example, if people who go to Rome to study do not study only their own culture. Newman, for example, has written extensively on the fathers. Johann Adam Möller is one of the foundations of the new ecclesiology. They should be known better. They are based on the fathers. Newman was the first to edit Saint and Athanasius of Alexandria critically, and also William Palmer, who helps us to see how through Radishev there was already a different development between Russian and Ukrainian thought. The great Orthodox theologian Andrei Skrima, again, he went to India and became a great ecumenist. The visit of Saint Polycarp to Pope Anacetus about 150 helped ward off a schism on the Paschal controversy because they agreed to disagree. We should know these things and not simply parrot a few things. Conclusion, feast is everybody's prerogative. In the Luna Park, children bump into one another with their small cars, leaving sparks and yet moving ahead. It is not the age that counts for Christ, but the heart, symbol of the integration of the child and of creative minorities on their way of giving testimony. For the open heart, conflicts seem to stand in the way. Conflicts, by the way, not armed conflicts, are the stuff out of which the release of positive energy for a cause can derive if we can face them and manage them. Modern asceticism is the management of conflicts for the common mission. There came a man whose name was John, was said of John 23rd, and so I hope and dream. Then when in God's good time comes, a leader from the Eastern Catholic churches who has the right personality and who loves the universal church through his own church, will take his place among the 7 Syriac popes, the 15 Greek popes, and so on, and to show the world what it means to love Christ and his church, also by loving and knowing that the church is East and West. Thank you.
Дуже дякую, отче, за таку глибоку і емоційну таку доповідь. Я думаю, що всім нам це...
Thank you for a very emotional presentation. We really like this expression because we as Eastern Catholic, we are in a minority in Christian world. But if you are a creative minority, that would mean that we can keep going and that we can contribute in our own way. Because the entire history of Eastern Catholic churches is a struggle for their agency. Because in the beginning, vis-a-vis with the Roman Church, after the Second Vatican Council, when we had a direct dialogue launch with Catholic Church and Orthodox churches, we are fighting for our agency under the framework of this dialogue. And as you stated, in order you mentioned that reconciliation is needed. Here, I would like to say that you also need reconciliation not only between Orthodox and Catholic Church, but also between Eastern Catholics and Roman Catholic Church, also Eastern Catholics and Orthodox Church. And then I think that that will be a much more fruitful dialogue. But your motto, being creative, being a creative minority, it really resonated with me. Thank you so much. Will we have a question from Father Decko? Yes, Father, we cannot hear you.
Hello?
Do you hear me?
Yes, 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 yes.
Okay.
А мене чуєте?
Большое спасибо.
Yeah.
К сожалению, я не говорю украинский язык.
Я
It's
хочу
better to use English now.
What Father Faruda is saying is that unfortunately he doesn't speak Ukrainian. Well, I would like to say that those two texts presented by Demey and Skier are very important, but they're very expensive. The first volume about Metropolitan Maxim on Amazon costs €104, and the second one €75. And the text about the Parliament document costs another €75. Well, it is €254 for 3 books. As for Ukraine, it's a little bit pricey. And then there was Ms. Filipovich. She also asked the question about Ukrainians writing about the Second Vatican Council. Vadim Sopolyak was the one who wrote about it. He published it in Migration, and then it was published here in Ukraine. Okay, so then we will. Well, right now we will not be talking really about this, Father, because we will. Yes, we will continue later this discussion. And right now I would like to introduce the president of our Institute of Ecumenical Studies of the Ukrainian Catholic University, Father Ivan Datsko, who will talk about the role of Eastern Catholic churches in contemporary theological dialogue. We also have some time dedicated, which is some 15-20 minutes. So we will be talking about the joint voice of the Eastern Catholic churches. I wrote this text yesterday. Yes, so there could be some errors, but nevertheless, I'm going to start. So 21 years ago, Italian benefactors and sponsors of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, they invited me to Vincenza to have a report delivered on the topic, some consideration about the modern role of the Eastern Catholic churches and their future. It was several months after the nomination of the Lyubomir Huzar as cardinal, and I began this report with these words. Strictly speaking, the very term Eastern Catholic churches is not entirely apt. It would be enough simply to talk about Eastern churches, because Orthodoxy and Catholicism, when they are considered in their full entirety, they provide for the universal and inalienable characteristics of both Eastern and Western churches. However, in order to understand Orthodoxy and Catholicism in a confessional sense, but this is what we did not want to do, it is necessary for us to add the adjective Catholic or Orthodox, which restricts the universal dimension of the ecclesiological dimension of the Eastern churches. And in this review, a certain evolution in the ecclesiology of these churches can be observed, starting with the decree of the Second Vatican Council, Orientalium Ecclesiarium, which still mentions Decretum de Ecclesias Orientalibus Catholicis, decree on the Eastern Catholic churches. The final decision on this matter was taken by Pope John Paul II on October the 18th, 1990, when he signed and he promulgated the Code of Canons of the Eastern churches, Codex Canonum Ecclesiarum Orientalium, and which entered into force on October the 1st, 1991. There is no longer this edition of Catholicitarium, Catholic churches, but it's only about Eastern churches here. And it is the right decision, because the use of the terms Catholics and or Orthodox in the denominational sense is incorrect precisely because Orthodoxy and Catholicism are two essential characteristics of local churches of both East and West. should also remember, and it is instrumental, that in addition to the Church of the Latin and Roman Rite we heard before, that we have Ambrosian, Mozarabian, and many other rites in the West. Now, and this is something what we can see in a papal Prophesiosis of Eastern Catholic churches. I'm quoting here that we have Alexandrian tradition, which is Coptic and Ethiopian rite, Antiochian tradition, the Malankar, Maronite, and Syrian rites, Armenian tradition, Armenian rite, the Chaldean and Syrian Oriental tradition, the Chaldean and Malabar rites, Constantinopolitan and Byzantine tradition and rite, which includes, in addition to us, Ukrainians, Albanians, Belarusians, Bulgarians, Greeks, Greek Malkais, Italo-Albanians, Romanian, Russians, Russians or Ruthenians, Slovaks, and Hungarians. And if you add the Orthodox churches, primarily Serbs, with their Byzantine tradition, and Georgians with the Georgian tradition, we cannot in any case expect that all of them will have the same traditions, transmissions, rites, canons, laws, cultural, folk, or worldview features, because this is unrealistic. So we know that there are 20 Eastern Catholic churches, and factoring in this diversity, Latin diversitas, all of them create unity, unitas, and in their diversity, they create the richness of the church, of one church. This means that they act together. It is a concerted effort. And here I will allow myself to borrow my position from the world of music, namely each of these churches has its own separate voice, monophony, and together they create polyphony in one common chorus of Eastern churches, which together with the Church of Roman Latin tradition creates one great symphony of the universal church on earth. So we have monophony of each separate church, we have polyphony of all Eastern churches, and together with Roman Church, we have a great symphony of the universal church. And now it's time for us to figure out what are these churches supposed to do? And this is a complicated subject matter. That is why I will take a look from the Ukrainian perspective on it. Well, firstly, they have to find their identity. In the case of the Ukrainian church, the basis of our identity is what we received after the baptism of Kievan Rus. At that time, our ecclesial structure was formed, which according to Pope John Paul II, was received and established in Kievan Rus even when the whole Church of Christ lived in complete ecclesial unity. It was Christianity, according to the Pope, Orthodox in faith, and at the same time Catholic in love, because it was in full communion with the Apostolic See and with the entire Church. At the time of the baptism of Rus, the Kievan, in 988, the Kievan Church was in full communion with the Apostolic See of Saint Peter, but at the same time in unity with the Byzantine Church and other Eastern and Western churches, because one did not exclude the other at all. It was a metropolitanate which had the rights of a patriarchate. In particular, it spoke a liturgical life as part of Byzantine tradition, but with its own specificity, which was defined by the metropolitan with the Senate The second one was the liturgical life, in line with the principle of lex credendi, lex orandi, which created its own spirituality in the Kievan Church. We had our own spirituality. Thirdly, the Kievan Church exercised collegial self-government on a synodal basis. We also had synodality, because we talk so much about synodality of the Catholic Church, which was convened by the Kiev Metropolitan. The synods of the Kiev Church, they had advisory, legislative, administrative, and executive nature, jus consultativum, legislativum, administrativum, executivum. We can see all of that in the code. Also, we had peer-elected ruler. The Synod of Bishops had the right to choose, nominate, and ordain, jus eligendi, jus nominandi, et jus consecrandi. And then we were just left with jus consecrandi. During the episcopal ordination, when the Holy One, mostly the Metropolitan of Kiev, called for axios, dignified, just when all God's people answered with their axios, dignified, the new bishop received full authority to become a member of the Synod of Bishops. So the reception here, on the basis of synodal decisions, the Kiev Church has created its own local or detailed or particular law, which has guided its activities during centuries. Eastern Catholic churches and unions. It is a historical reality, well, unfortunately, that all Eastern Catholic churches, above all the churches of the Byzantine tradition, even if they did not perform any act of, well, some separation with the Roman Apostolic See, nevertheless, under the influence of Byzantium and as a result of the Great Schism carried out by Patriarch Kyrillarius and Cardinal Humbert de la Silva Candida in 1054, found themselves in the orbit of the churches which did not develop closer ties with the Bishop of Rome. It should be emphasized here that in the case of the Church of the Kievan Church, there is no document according to which we can see that Kiev disrupted its connection with Rome. Nothing was disrupted. On the contrary, and in the Byzantine and Kievan worlds, there were specific efforts to restore lost unity. In the history of the Church of Kiev Rus, there were the following events. First of all, participation of Kiev Metropolitan Petro Akirovich at the First Leon Council in 1245. Second, the coronation of King Danil of Galicia in 1253 in Dorhetuna by the papal legate of the Innocentius IV. Professor Tree mentioned it yesterday, and here I made a mistake. The participation of the Greek Church and the Emperors of Byzantium at the Second Council of Leon, it has to be 1276, not 46. That's a mistake I make. The participation of Kiev Metropolitan Grigory Tsamlak in 1417 at the Council of Constance. So we can see that always there was some presence of metropolitans of the Kievan Church. However, the greatest publicity was received by the Council in Ferrara, Florence in 1439, in which the Emperor of Byzantium and Patriarch Joseph II of Constantinople participated, and the Kiev Church was represented by Isidore Metropolitan. This union did not really hold out, above all, for two reasons. Because there were some similar obstacles which we had with the Brest Union. First of all, the Turkish occupation of Byzantium and the lack of preparedness of the people of God and monasticism. And only the state and church leaders knew about it, and the people, the clergy, and the monks, they didn't know about that. But speaking of the Brest Union, We knew that the Cossacks supported this. This was something that Jesus knew, and the King of Poland and others, but brotherhoods and Cossacks, they didn't know about that. They were not informed. That is why this union was not properly prepared. Therefore, the Kievan Church had to wait for another 150 years until the Kiev Metropolitan Mikhailo Rohoza, together with his synod, accepted and signed the Union of Brest in 1595, 1596. And as it came to the signing of the Union of Brest, it was important the bishops of Kievan Church produced 33 articles on the union with Rome, which were the official position and stand of the Kievan Church. Rome did not respond, neither saying yes or no. So our bishops didn't really have to be in a hurry. Here, I will allow myself to quote the words of a prominent Polish theologian and ecumenist Václav Hryniewicz, who wrote, a quote, "This important synodal document containing 33 articles unambiguously shows the true intentions and hopes of the initiators of the Union of Brest. They wanted not only to preserve their heritage and identity, but also to remain in communion with all the Orthodox sister churches, while at the same time being in unity with the Roman See. The Kiev Metropolitan Church wanted to live in unity with both the West and the East, according to Hryniewicz, and this is what I believe. The ability of breaking this bond of unity that linked it to the other Eastern churches was not even considered. It was not even under consideration, the breach of this bond. Unfortunately, this sincere desire of the bishops of the Kievan Church to remain in perfect fellowship with the Orthodox sister churches and at the same time to establish unity from Rome was not destined to be fulfilled. There were various reasons for this, among which I will list the most important ones. There are 9 most important reasons. First was soteriologic exclusivism, which existed after the Trident Council Extra Ecclesiam Nulla Salum. Because Romans, they also added that it is according to Roman Church and it's only there we find salvation. Rome did not accept it as a union, but also as an opening, and Orthodox, they really criticized us for that. Non unio sa submissio, not connection but submission. We really like to quote the third one. We really like to quote the Pope Urban VIII. Vos me retenio orientem convertandum sperum. For you, my Ruthenians, I hope to convert the East. But we forgot that we accepted the principle of conversion, converted, and actually it had its consequences. The fourth reason, Latinization. Because we started following Romans, our rights, our clothes. The fifth, complex of lesser worth. We also had a hybrid right. And this is the 7th point, according what I heard from the Patriarch Joseph. And he mentioned when he was still a young priest, Metropolitan Andrei, when he was paralyzed, he couldn't go to Volgograd Congress. And during one of such congresses, Russian theologist Alexei Maltsev, and I'm not sure if he's really Alexei, he mentioned, from your union, what is left is absolutely nothing. And when Beatitude asked why, then Maltsev answered, because you shifted from what is yours, but you didn't come to what is theirs. Yes, those small parts left, as he mentioned. And we know that Pope the 14th also mentioned Prostantia Ritus Latini, the primacy of the Latin rite. He was protecting Greeks and us, but having Italo-Albanians and Italo-Greeks in its territory, they were persecuted. And he also wanted to introduce the celibat, which they resisted. And as a consequence, we have unitism, because we shifted from what was ours, and we didn't manage to join what was represented by another part. The current situation, the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church was blessed by the 20th century by Almighty God with three great leaders. The first, Metropolitan Andrei Sheptytsky, whom we consider to be the newest evangelist of unity. The second, Patriarch Joseph Slipai, the confessor, who continued the ecumenical instruction of our church. And he sealed it with his confession. And he was the first one to start talking about the ecumenism of martyrs, because they didn't suffer for Catholic, Protestant, Evangelist Church, but for the faith in God. And the third, Patriarch Miroslav Ivan Kardinal Lubachevsky, who was his humility and prayer. He prayed for a better future for our church and our people, and he had this very important document about the unity in Christ, which is one of his masterpieces. And unfortunately, the time limit for this report does not allow me to delve deeper into their ecumenical thought, but another very important event shook the whole church and ecumenism, which was the Second Vatican Council.
Східних Католицьких Церков.
Most of the Eastern Catholic bishops, the fathers of the cathedral, were still very much Latinized. Just take a look at the pictures of those red bells that they had, but there were two figures of the Christian East who put the Eastern churches on a proper pedestal, and it was the Patriarch Maximus the Fourth and Patriarch Joseph Slipai are amongst of them. Maximus the Fourth, and they didn't speak Latin. Because they knew that it was not lingua ecclesia, and with the Second Vatican Council, a great return to the origins began ad fontes, which also means a turn to the status quo ante. We talk about the cave-in rules and baptism. Today, 60 years after this council, 3 generations have grown up, which have a far wider version of the church, and they have the understanding of the future of communion and unity of the churches. People began to pray for the unity of churches. A serious theological and ecumenical work began. A number of scientific studies were carried out, and very many theologians started expressing the opinion that the Orthodox Church is ready, with the exception of the Russian Orthodox Church, for Eucharistic communion and unity, as now during the ministry of Patriarch Bartholomew I and Pope Francis. More importantly, we are talking about the celebration of the 1700th anniversary of the First Council of Nicaea, or the first is the celebration of 2000 years anniversary of Christ's resurrection in 2033. We've been working a lot in this direction. 30 years ago, just remember how we were perceived. Just think about the Parliament document that Orthodox really wanted this unionism, but no one accepted this document, but Catholics adopted this document, and they accepted the structure of this union with Rome. We did a lot in this respect. A very encouraging phenomenon is the creation of HOTS, Conventus Iudicarum Orientalium Ecclesiarum Europae. That was the meeting, the convention of Eastern churches of Eastern Europe, to which his Beatitude Patriarch Svetoslav spoke in his welcome word. On our side, it is our duty to pray and work for the fulfillment of Christ's covenant that all may be one. I'll look for the future, some 4 minutes. Regarding our future, let me quote the thought of Saint Patriarch Любомир Гузар, which was introduced to Saint Pope John Paul II and to various dicasteries as a Roman Curate in a document from December 8, 2001. This document has not been published, but I have it. I quote verbatim. Listen to what Saint Patriarch Любомир is saying. There is only one difference between Catholics of Eastern tradition and Orthodox tradition, and it concerns unity with the Bishop of Rome. Unitatis redintegratio is essentially communionis redintegratio. Eastern Orthodox churches, which hold steadfastly to the Byzantine tradition, should not change anything in their heritage. They should only open up to full communion with the successor of Peter. Everything else must remain intact. And what about the reaction? There was no reaction. If the Catholic Church tries to change some of the elements of true tradition of the Eastern churches, it will thereby make it impossible for communionis redintegratio and therefore for unity. The already existing Eastern Catholic churches do not act here as a stumbling block, but as Petra comparationis, a comparison stone. Orthodox were very attentive, looking at us Eastern Catholics being treated by Rome. They express the fullness of Catholicism, and the Catholic Church honors them in their traditions, title structures, and other features. Whether someone likes it or not, according to Husserl, the key to ecumenical success in the East is the Eastern Catholic Church. The main ecumenical argument is the scope to which the relationship between Roman administrative centers and Eastern Catholic churches reflects and shows respect for Eastern tradition of these churches. And I reiterate, such guarantees to the Eastern Catholic churches are the only convincing proof of the true universe, without which ecumenism in the East will be a waste of time. If it's not really clear, then Rome and Westerners, if they don't understand it, that will be a waste of time. End of quote. And I think it is time for the Pope to announce that the Apostolic See, represented by competent governments of the Roman Curia, is initiating a new dialogue on such very concrete proposals aimed at achieving commonality between the churches. I don't want to quote here because, well, everyone tells me that I quote too much. 2014, well, the Pope, he commented in his statement before bishops in 2019. And in his statement, actually, the Pope had to underline that Eastern churches are guaranteed the immutability of all their traditions and right, and that these churches will be able to continue to be governed by their own right, not the code of canons of the Eastern churches, and that we Eastern Catholics, they will have to ask for some 200 times for blessing and consent of Rome, and it will never be accepted by Orthodox. And it's good that Pope Paul II mentioned it in the official document that this code, about this code, and that we as Eastern Catholics will live following the canons code of the Orthodox churches. Because here it is pointless to talk about double communality, and it is ecclesiological bigomism. But it's better to talk about some commonality for our church to be united with Constantinople, and it's important for us to talk about one unity of different churches, of different traditions, as it was in the first millennium. And in this way, it will be the fulfillment of the church of this union in its diversity. Our law will be aimed at Christ and the gospel, because Christ wanted all of us to be united. That is why the unity of churches is fulfillment of the will of our Savior. Another quote of Lubomir: to begin a new dialogue, the Pope could make such an appeal to the entire Orthodox world and give appropriate instruction. He was very specific and gave appropriate instructions to the State Secretariat, the dicastery of the Eastern churches, and the Pontifical Council for the promotion of Christian unity. This new dialogue should have been initiated with all the Orthodox churches at the same time. It would also be good if the Bishop of Rome and the Patriarch of Constantinople could again have a close relationship on a personal level, as it was the case between St. Paul VI and Patriarch Athenagoras, and now between Pope Francis and Patriarch Bartholomew. Naturally, they had, and that in this dialogue, also the head and the fathers of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, together with other representatives of the Eastern Catholic Churches, should participate in such a dialogue. Such a step on the part of the bishops of Rome would create the prerequisites for the history of the ancient misunderstandings, would put the final point, and the parties moved forward, creating a new situation that is renewed communion, a community to which all the Orthodox churches would join. So at the end of my speech, so at the end of this presentation, let there be a slogan. Yes, the Eastern Catholic churches must speak with one voice. However, this means that each church must have its own separate voice, monophony. But all of them together, these 20 churches, they must create polyphony in one common choir of Eastern churches, which together with the church of the Roman Latin tradition creates one great symphony of the universal church on earth. I'm aware of the fact that it would seem to some that such proposals are utopian. Nevertheless, let us remember the words of Christ that if in man it is impossible, but in God all things are possible. Matthew 19:26. Thank you.
Дуже дякую, отче,
Father, for a very emotional and very vibrant report. And I would like to mention one thing. I would like to share a reflection of mine. So you constantly stress that one has to pray a lot. So unity has multiple dimensions, and one of them is the spiritual dimension. The Pope Emerite Benedict XVI and Joseph Ratzinger claimed that we have to understand and our human limitations, and that unity is well, the matter of God and of the Holy Spirit. As people, we may do a lot, but we have to realize that our human efforts are limited. So to achieve unity, we have to strive for it. We have to pray for it and ask the Holy Spirit to, well, help us with that, because it's not in our powers to achieve it. Thank you, Father. And I would like to respond to that. You have to pray to God, but you also have to attach your efforts. So our commission says, where's the way? There's the way. So this sin of pride exists on all three sides, and that was the reason for schism. And now this well, spirit of humility and the willingness to restore unity should be there, and then God will bless us. So this is not about emotions. This is what we live for. And apparently God is above everything, but we have to wish for unity. We have to strive for the great things, as Patrick Joseph said, and to overcome the sin of pride, as was mentioned yesterday by His Beatitude Sviatoslav. Because God is against those who are who will have the sin of pride, but He gives His blessing to those who are meek. Well, thank you very much for the report. And Father Edward, Professor Edward Farrugia, we wanted to say something.
You can ask me in English. I speak English very well.
Yeah, please turn on your microphone.
Отче.
That's fine.
Yes. Do you hear me?
I hear you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, what do you want to say?
Well, you asked a question.
You have raised the hand. That means you want to put the question.
I don't think if I raise my hand...
Okay. That happened some misunderstanding.
Okay, that's fine. Добре, ми переходимо до нашого наступного доповідача.
In that case, we are proceeding, and we will have Reverend Dr. Sunny Thomas Kakarvali, who's the professor of the Eastern Canonic Law and vice director at the Pontifical Oriental Institute. Professor Sunny will speak about the unity and Catholicity of Church, which will require the Catholic Church to speak in unison and in plurality. So the microphone is yours, please.
Okay, good evening to all of you. And thank you very much for inviting me to these sessions. I will skip a few paragraphs from the written paper for fear of length. And I hope these will be published, these acts will be published, and then those who are interested can read the full paper. Okay, we go straight into the matter. The answer to the question of the main theme, that is Eastern Catholic Churches, can they speak with one voice, is rather easy, namely, yes, they can speak with a single voice. That is to say, each church can unite its voice to that of the other churches so that a listener may hear only a single voice from all the Eastern Catholic Churches. It will be a unification of voices. However, considering that the general Catholic ecclesiology of the second millennium poses a challenge to those churches to maintain their specific voices, I would extend the topic and ask whether the Eastern Catholic Churches can legitimately speak with multiple voices, each one maintaining its voice, and whether each of them has a duty to use its voice. Put differently, this question regards whether those churches should abandon their own voices and adopt a uniform voice, or should they maintain their voices without neglecting the need of speaking with a single voice when necessary. We are asking whether the Catholic Church has the capacity to harmonize the diverse voices of sui juris churches so that those churches can confidently speak their own voices, or are they to hide their voices and repeat the voices of others? In addition to the common theme, the organizers of the conference gave me certain orientation questions to keep in mind while preparing this paper, which I cite here. How to preserve Orientality in the asymmetrically westernized world? Is there a proper Oriental Catholic way of approaching modern challenges different from a Latin or Orthodox one? Should the Eastern Catholic Churches seek to formulate a common position with respect to their mission within the Communio Ecclesiarum at the local, regional, and international levels? These orientation questions focus on the identity and mission of the Eastern Catholic Churches. As a preparation for finding answers to these questions, it may be useful to have a close look at the image of the Church which the New Testament presents, particularly in the Acts of the Apostles and in some Pauline letters. A reflection on that church image can bring us to the discussion about the unity and Catholicity of the Church, which characters make it speak simultaneously with a single voice and multiple voices. Unity and Catholicity are intrinsic to the Church, and thus, paradoxically, it presents itself as one and diverse. We can see whether the Church has the capacity to reconcile this apparent paradox. While the faith that all the Catholics profess is the same, its expressions can legitimately be diverse. Looking at the New Testament Church, especially that of the Acts and Paul, is useful for two reasons. One, the New Testament imparts an image of the Church living an emergency situation, something like the period which the Ukrainian Church is undergoing now. After about 2000 years, with a much wider vision, we know now that the New Testament presents an epoch of the Church's growth in an extraordinary way, which vision would have escaped our attention had we lived in the New Testament time. Similarly, the present suffering of the Ukrainian Church can be grasped differently later when we have a wider vision. 2. The New Testament Church provides the best example of how the Church can speak with a single voice and at the same time with multiple voices. And it teaches that both ways are needed in the Church. While serving the immediate needs of the Church, like helping the needy, the Church of the New Testament did not stop studying and reflecting on its vocation and making progress even during the emergency period. As per Acts 6:15, having elected the deacons to wait on tables, which can represent the immediate needs of the community, the apostles dedicated themselves to the ministry of the word, which involved preaching and seeking suitable methods and opportunity to address other concerns of the church, all of which required deep study and reflection. As a result of such study and reflection, new institutions and structures are made as the need arises. New laws are made for new circumstances, even abandoning the divine law on circumcision and purity of food, and eventually changing the Sabbath law. In short, paving the way to discern the reception of the Mosaic law. Where does the New Testament church get the courage to change or make optional the Sabbath, circumcision, and dietary laws which were commanded by God? That courage is the direct result of deep study and reflection based on the teaching of Jesus and the church's vocation. These facts pose a challenge to all the churches today, especially in Ukraine, even in this time of emergency, to undertake seriously their vocation, dedicating themselves to serious study and reflection without neglecting the assistance to the needy. In this way, the New Testament church provides the present churches with a model for deep study and reflection, which enable them to speak with a single voice and multiple voices. The theme of our discussion presents an allegoric way of speaking of the unity and diversity within the Catholic Church. It will be in the same sense that we use the term voice in this paper, in which we are considering the dimension of canon law. Owing to the nature of the theme, the paper looks more theological than canonical because the overarching frame of the paper is theology of law. In other words, it is a theological reflection which could serve as a basis of canon law. A single voice of the Catholic unity. In exhorting the faithful to unity, Paul says, "There is one body and one spirit, just as you were called to the one hope of your calling, one Lord, one faith, one baptism, one God and Father of all, who is above all and through all and in all." This passage expresses the unity to which the church is called, which is demanded to remain in the church communion. We shall not dwell on the need of this unity because it is so fundamental and evident that without unity at this level, there will not be the church. That is why we believe in one church as we recite in the creed. Thus, in matters concerning the faith and the basic principles which derive from it, the Catholic Church needs to speak with a single voice, and all sui juris churches are to associate themselves with that voice. The unity, however, is not static, but consists of dynamic interactions, which provides space for a differentiated unity, as in the case of the relationship within the Holy Trinity. We get insight into such a unity from various Pauline passages. The dynamic nature of this unity is maintained by the Catholicity of the Church. Multiple voices of the Catholic diversity. The Church is also Catholic, which nature highlights its openness to diversity. It does not merely tolerate diversity, but makes space for diversity as part of the actualization of its very nature. That is, without that openness, it cannot be itself. The term Catholic means universal. In a broad sense, it is understood as that which embraces all or contains all. and is characterized by the radical openness to all truths and virtues. Catholicity also refers to the whole and integral, a totality made up of varieties, not of uniformity. There are those who hold that Catholicity of the Church implies uniformity of law, language, and rituals in the Church, and that accepting vernacular languages for liturgy, adaptation of liturgy to the cultures of different nations, etc., would lead to nationalism and regionalism, which is against Catholicity. This was the idea of many of those who opposed the liturgical reform at Vatican II. On the contrary, there are those who think that different churches and diversity in their traditions and cultures, their rites and laws, and their languages make the Church Catholic. While the former considers the whole Church speaking unison as Catholicity, the latter considers each church speaking in its own voice, making space for pluralism, that is multiple voices, would be Catholicity. According to this latter vision, finding space for a harmonious coexistence of multiplicity of rites, laws, cultures, and peoples would be a sign of Catholicity. A careful reading of the New Testament can shed light on the meaning of the Catholic nature of the Church. The New Testament Church recognizes the right of the Gentiles to maintain their cultural identity even after having professed faith in Jesus. In Acts 15:19, James says, "Therefore, I have reached the decision that we should not trouble those Gentiles who are turning to God." This decision was epoch-making because it attests to the apostles opening themselves to the Catholicity of the Church. James considers that the Church would be troubling those Gentiles if they are asked to change their cultural identity. In this context, not to trouble them would mean to permit them to maintain that identity and to consider their identity also as part of the Church's identity. Consequently, they are let free to live that identity in conformity with the faith. If the apostles found that something was needed for the good of the Church, they saw that nothing except God's will would get in the way of achieving that aim. For that, they would abandon long-standing customs or even religious laws. In that way, need was a determining factor for the decisions in the New Testament Church. A passage from Paul, which acclaims the unity of those who have faith in Christ, says, "As many of you as were baptized into Christ have clothed yourself with Christ. There is no longer Jew or Greek. There is no longer slave or free. There is no longer male or female. For all of you are one in Jesus Christ." The unity is in faith in Jesus Christ, but the distinction at cultural levels continues. Male continues as male and female continues as female, and so do Jews and Greeks, or slave or free. Another passage which confirms the event narrated in the Acts 15:1-21 will explain this statement. It concerns the Gentiles who become Christians, whether they should adopt Jewish practices. Paul vehemently opposes the idea that the Gentiles should adopt Jewish practices. He even publicly criticizes Peter for not being firm in this regard. Citation, "But when Cephas came to Antioch, I opposed him to his face because he stood self-condemned. For until certain people came from James, he used to eat with Gentiles, but after they came, he drew back and kept himself separate for fear of the circumcision faction. And the other Jews joined him in this hypocrisy, so that even Barnabas was led astray by their hypocrisy. But when I saw that they were not acting consistently with the truth of the gospel, I said to Cephas before them all, if you, though a Jew, live like a Gentile and not like a Jew, how can you compel the Gentiles to live like Jews? The strong opposition of Paul to forcing the Gentiles to abandon their cultural identity and to adopt that of the Jews clearly speaks for the New Testament church's openness to diversity by receiving various cultures into it. Another passage gives insight into the unity and diversity of the church. Citation. On the contrary, when they saw that I had been entrusted with the gospel of the uncircumcised, just as Peter had been entrusted with the gospel of the circumcised, for he who worked through Peter, making him an apostle to the circumcised, also worked through me in sending me to the Gentiles. And when James and Cephas and John, who were acknowledged pillars, recognized the grace that had been given to me, they gave to Barnabas and me the right hand of fellowship, agreeing that we should go to the Gentiles and they to the circumcised. They asked only one thing, that we remember the poor, which was actually what I was eager to do, unquote. We may underline Paul's distinction between the gospel of the circumcised and the gospel of the uncircumcised, although both have the same source, namely God. The gospel preached by Jesus can be adapted to each community, the circumcised and the uncircumcised, to which it is preached. That is its richness. In addition to the faith, the apostles asked Paul and Barnabas, sent to the Gentiles, that they remember the poor. For all the rest, they are authorized to discern the will of God and do what is best for the people to whom they address the gospel. That is to say, the apostles give Paul and Barnabas only the minimum instruction and implicitly ask them to study the situation of the people to whom they preach and decide what they find the best. In that process of study and discernment, they might adopt to the church many elements from that people's culture. This deep sense of unity and diversity was characteristic and a guiding principle of the New Testament church. This vision of the early church is the continuation of the vision of Jesus himself. Unity and diversity dynamics. The above cited passages from the Acts and Galatians depict a church in which the voices are not in unison, even when the faithful are strongly united in faith. Their unity in faith is sufficient to qualify them as in communion, and for that it is not necessary to adopt uniform ways of expressing that faith. In these passages, Paul reveals his mind on unity and diversity in the church. For him, the church is made up of different peoples and each can maintain its identity. Faith in God as revealed by Jesus and a lifestyle determined by that faith are the only requirements. For such a lifestyle, it is not necessary to abandon one's cultural identity. In Acts 15:121 and Galatians 2:114, when Paul sustains that the Gentile Christians should have the freedom to preserve their cultural identity, which includes their law, he visualizes a church of pluricultural reality. In his way, in his view, Jews and Greeks united in faith may continue keeping their Jewish and Greek cultural identity, which can coexist harmoniously. The content of the faith should be the same for all Catholics, but its expression can take diverse forms. In the metaphor of one body and different organs, unity and diversity are conceived as part of the same reality. I skip 2 paragraphs because of the lack of time. Different ethnic communities harmoniously coexisted in the church from its beginning, each having faith in God as revealed by Jesus and maintaining its identity. This was one of the clearest expressions of the church's Catholicity. Jews and the Greek found place in it, or rather the church, without abandoning its Jewish roots, maintained openness to the Greek culture and philosophy, overcoming the apparent contradiction between them. Their presence, maintaining their distinct identity, represents the church's universality. I skip again a few paragraphs. Catholicization in the field of law will be reflected when the Catholic Church recognizes the right of each church to develop norms based on its own tradition to address today's needs. In this process of Catholicization, if some norms of one church contradict the norms of another church, that need not be considered a sign of disunity, as there is now the norm on the celibacy of clerics. Consequently, we can find Catholicity in the space for multiplicity of particular laws, diversity of theologies, spiritualities, and liturgies, and other human realities of various cultures. The Church actualizes its Catholicity by accepting all peoples and cultures into their diversity, eliminating only what is against the Catholic faith and morals. A comment on the lung metaphor. Promulgating the code of canon law of the Eastern churches, John Paul II introduced a 2-lung metaphor. He said that the church gathered by the one spirit breathes, as it were, with 2 lungs, the East and West. He suggested the unity and diversity of the church through this metaphor. Sebastian Brock introduced a topic emphasizing on the need of a multiple voices in the church with the symbol of a 3rd lung added to the 2 lung presented by John Paul II. Brock said, the church is endowed not just with 2 lungs, but with a 3rd lung as well, from which she also needs to learn to breathe once again. Explaining it further, he continues, quote, the concept of Christianity as coming to us in the 21st century through 2 main streams of tradition, which one can label for convenience as the Latin West and the Greek East, is a widespread one. This binary model for Christian tradition, however, is unsatisfactory and inadequate, since it effectively leaves out of consideration a further important Christian tradition represented by the indigenous churches of the Middle East. This 3rd main tradition can, for convenience, be termed the Syriac Orient. It is a symbolic way of saying that the Eastern churches cannot be put in a single sack, and implicitly it points to the insufficiency of the 2-lung metaphor to represent the church. The multiple voices have a place in the church insofar as they can enrich the whole, and in turn, the single voice has a place insofar as it can enrich the multiple ones. Thus, in the Catholic Church, these voices can be seen only as complementary. When the particularity in each community is put at the service of the common good, the Catholicity is actualized. In view of mission, this is the conclusion. A brief survey of the New Testament Church's universal vision, which respected particularities, may help us identify the unity, diversity, dynamics of the sui juris churches today. The New Testament church remains a model for the Eastern Catholic churches also in the process of rediscovering their original ecclesial tradition. That model is ecclesiology adopted to our times as the apostles would do it today, can answer almost all questions we have seen above on the unity, diversity dimension of the Catholic Church. The full communion which existed between the Roman Church and Byzantine churches until the schism of 1054, and between the Chalcedonian and non-Chalcedonian churches, and between the Catholic Church and the East Syrian Church until their separation in the 5th century, reminds us that it is possible to be Catholic and Eastern at the same time. Until about 5 centuries, all churches were in full communion with one another, while they distinguished themselves in many matters such as liturgical rites and discipline. Moreover, a close examination of history will lead us to the conclusion that there is no pure Eastern or Western. The present form of Eastern or Western is the result of progressive accumulation of traditions over the ages. A pure Eastern never existed and I think will never exist. It is enough to remember the liturgical and disciplinary exchanges among the churches in the first centuries. In this case, the freshness and openness of the New Testament church will be useful as a guiding principle applicable to the East and the West alike. The New Testament church gives a method as to how to be open to new realities and face them deeply rooted in the tradition. Eastern Catholic churches have no reason to be sorry for being in full communion with the Catholic Church, although they might regret the Latinization they have undergone to maintain that communion. While affirming their Eastern identity, they are also aware that they have benefited from their communion with the Catholic Church. The Church of Christ is deeply mission-oriented, and devoid of that orientation, a community cannot be a church. If all churches are inspired by the New Testament church, will their mission method, perhaps also liturgies and discipline, be uniform? The heritage of each church can play a great role in developing the mission method unique to each church. Thus, it can be an effective tool for enhancing that mission. The mission of a church and its heritage are constituent elements of its identity, and thus they appear in its self-definition. While its mission is the reason for its existence, its heritage formed over the ages has a great role in determining the method of that mission. The influence which the heritage of a church exerts on its mission method can make that method different from that of other churches. Thus, even though all churches derive their model from the New Testament church, there is no danger of creating a uniform mission method applicable to all churches of the territory. Therefore, it is possible for each Eastern church to preserve its voice in the field of mission. There are various challenges which the Eastern Catholic churches can face together, for which they need to come together and formulate and implement their programs. As these churches belong to different traditions, perhaps there is need of more dialogue among them to understand one another. And that dialogue can enhance their mission endeavors. For this purpose, the churches of a territory may come together and collaborate, and gradually the churches of the same tradition of the same region, for example, Middle East, India, Eastern Europe, etc. Eventually, all Eastern Catholic churches may come together for the same purpose. In many matters, those churches can articulate a common position vis-a-vis the Latin Church and the Orthodox. They need not wait for the higher authorities to point out to them the matters in which they can mutually collaborate, but as a result of deep study and reflection, they themselves can discover those matters. A return to the tradition should be the result of a deep discernment and respect the organic development of each church. And a real return should take their churches to the spirit of the New Testament church. The expression, a return to the tradition, can be better understood as a symbol for drawing inspiration from the spirit, teachings of values, which underlies the heritage of the church concerned. Such a return without integrating that spirit will be empty. In connection with the theme of today's conference, the greatest lesson that we can learn from the New Testament church is that each church, while remaining in the Catholic communion and engaging in its mission, can and is obliged to keep its specific voice and speak it. However, when the Eastern Catholic churches are to speak in matters of faith and other basic principles, all of them have to unite their voices and make a single one. In addition, when there is a need, all those churches have the freedom to harmonize their voices and speak with a single voice. The possibility and obligations of using this single or multiple voices can be explained only in the light of the unity and Catholicity of the Church. Thank you.
You also reminded us that Eastern Catholic Churches is quite an original phenomenon, and they are differing in very different aspects because we talk about different continents. We represent different cultures, well, which is natural, and there are very many things which are different with us. So when we talk about this joint single voice, it can appear when we talk about some basic, well, fundamental things like faith and mission, but in very many other cases, Eastern Catholic Church aims at following its originality and developing it, and it is the richness of the Catholic Church. Also, when I talk about the code of canons, it has to be ingrained in the local culture as it was stipulated from the start. To resonate with your words, I want to pinpoint that right now we are in the territory of the big campus where there are 3 different facilities, and this is the part of the philosophical theological faculty. There is a seminary and there is a patriarchal house, and in the patriarchal house there is a session of the canonical commission right now taking place of the Ukrainian Catholic Church to develop particular code of canons. So actually, in this respect, we try to adapt the general code of Eastern churches, which is common to all of us on the basis of our local culture. Thank you, Father, for a very deep, profound text. We will publish these reports later, so you will have access to the full text, and you will have a possibility to familiarize yourself with the full text of the speech. So I would like right now to introduce our final speaker of today. We will listen to Father Dr. Alexander Leshchuk, who is an executive director of the Metropolitan and Raishevsky Institute of Eastern Ecumenical Studies, and the topic of his report is canonical structures for interchurch cooperation. So please, Father, over to you.
Thank you for having me today. So I'd like to talk a little bit about how collegial structures exist in the law itself, how Eastern Catholics can work together as the law currently stands. In collegiality, the joint exercise of the power of governance by groups of bishops has its origins, of course, in the earliest traditions of the Church. Bishops historically responded to different challenges by having common meetings, whether as maybe a regional group or as a province. The local council was an original form of these, and we see this in the early canons of the church, usually following the structure of the ecclesiastical region, with a metropolitan and his suffragan diocese. Once Christianity is legalized, the ecumenical council, of course, begins to be employed in the Roman Empire and responds to specific situations in a uniform fashion. In the West, those councils give way to the powers and prerogatives of the Bishop of Rome. In the East, it's the Patriarch and his synod that come to regularize that power of governance over defined territories. During the anti-preparatory commission that was preparing for the Second Vatican Council, several fathers raised the topic of the need for inter-ecclesial assemblies. And so Cardinal Gracias, the Archbishop of Bombay, proposed that since the Holy See had abandoned the precept of Lateran IV, prohibiting overlapping hierarchies in the same territory, that the Holy See should then establish a manner where tensions between those churches in the same territory could be minimized. It's a big topic, so I didn't talk about it here for our time, but just to say, in the early church, of course, one city, one bishop. Today, Toronto, we have 3 Catholic bishops. Lviv, you have 3 Catholic bishops. There's a big history there. At that same council, it was proposed that perhaps the papal legate in a territory could mediate relations between bishops. The Chaldean Patriarch, Paul II, Archbishop Kakvukat, Archbishop Alvarez from Goa, and Archbishop Gog of Basora, and a number of other bishops all made similar proposals for what they called an interritual body of multiple churches that could coordinate pastoral activity in a given region between the different churches. And these proposals were based upon their previous experience, because already in the 1940s, we had inter-ecclesial assemblies convoked in Damascus and in Beirut in Syria. During this same time period, Eastern Catholic hierarchs of Egypt met together in Cairo to discuss topics of common interest. The Egyptian gatherings are interesting because they also included the participation of non-Catholic Eastern hierarchs, of Orthodox bishops who also participated in these meetings. These were precursors to some of the modern structures that we have in these same regions that emerge after the Second Vatican Council. The Second Vatican Council looked at these proposals and emphasized the need for inter-ecclesial activity, and this was already present in the drafting period. The original document is De Commissione Episcoporum Interritual, and was proposed that in regions of different churches, an episcopal commission of all rights, we use old language, of course, calling the churches rights, but of all rights, including the Latin Church or not accepting the Latin Church, could be constituted in the main city of a nation to establish norms for all the churches. And it was seen that it should occur at least twice annually. At the council itself, Melkite Patriarch Maximus IV spoke of the need to have a body for inter-ecclesial collaboration and coordination. Maximus IV emphasized numerous points of common activity as a response to a practical impossibility of having one hierarchy in a given area. That same call for Episcopal Assembly, including all churches of a territory, was also proposed by Bishop Colin of Din. And these were reflected first in the decree on the Eastern Catholic Churches, Orientalum Ecclesiarum, that cites Canon 4 of Clari Sanctitati, making a change from hierarchs meeting to ordinaries of various individual churches, having that gatherings are to be periodic and thus occurring stably. The proposal for inter-ecclesial assembly is again made in the decree on the pastoral office of bishops, Christus Dominus, in number 38. So in our modern canon law, we have these bodies in both the Latin Code and in the Eastern Code of Canons that reflect these teachings of the Second Vatican Council. Some of these are common to both codes, and that's when we have things relating to universal church governance, that is the Ecumenical Council. But then we have things that are distinct to the individual codes. In the Latin Code, we have the local council, which doesn't make it into the Eastern Code. In the Eastern Code, the Patriarchal Synod of Bishops, which of course is a very ancient institution, is only present in the Eastern law. But in each of these codes of canon law, there is one modern institution of collegiality. In the Latin Code, that's the Conference of Bishops. And in the Eastern Code, we have what they call the Assembly of Hierarchs of several churches through Iuris. These are both models for limited collegiality, focusing more on communication and expressing competence over specified spheres at a given regional level. The Episcopal Conference is part of the hierarchical constitution of the Latin Church. It's meant for Latin bishops, but there is provision for members of other churches to be included and can then become a little interecclesial. The assembly, of course, is by its nature interecclesial. And these are both in the current law of the church. So for us who live in the West, the Conference of Bishops is the normative structure where bishops come together. They have territorial jurisdictions. And bishops are invited to these meetings. In the United States, for example, Eastern Catholic bishops are a distinct region of the Latin Conference of Bishops. They gather together as a group at the Latin Conference of Bishops. However, there are restrictions on how Eastern Catholic bishops can participate in these meetings. They might not have deliberative votes. That's up to the statutes of the conference. And more basically, the Eastern bishops are always guests. They're guests at what is a structure of the Latin Church. The Eastern Code has this other model, the concept of an assembly of hierarchs of several churches through Iuris. It's only one canon in length, canon 322, but it's an entire title, Title 9 of the Eastern Code. And these are actually structures that date prior to the Second Vatican Council, being mentioned generally in Cleri Sanctitati, that said that bishops and other hierarchs of different rites could form a synod if they had permission from the Bishop of Rome. And as I mentioned, this is discussed widely at the council. After the council, in the 1970s, these structures begin to be erected by the Holy See, basically exclusively in the Middle East today. And the Annuario Pontificio lists 6 assemblies of hierarchs that canonically exist. There's 6 of these, and these are all in the Middle East, where, of course, we have a lot of coexistence of different Eastern churches. These assemblies, like Conference of Bishops, are based on geographic territory. Now, the Synod, of course, has a geographic element, but it's not exclusively geographic. It's restricted to members of a church. So the bishops in Canada, who are Ukrainian Catholic, participate in the Synod of Bishops of the Ukrainian Catholic Church, even though they are far away. The Assembly of Hierarchs is focused on a territory, Lebanon, Syria, Ukraine, whatever it might be, and the bishops in that territory gather together to work together to consider factors that are common to all the churches. What are things that are important for all of us as Christians, as Eastern Christians, to discuss? So in a sense, it's a really underutilized structure, given we only have it in six places. If we look at Canon 322, paragraph 1 tells us that these assemblies should be erected when the Holy See judges it opportune to gather bishops of various churches through Iuris, which could include the Latin Church, for collaboration. The idea is to make possible for bishops to work together, insights, experience, have mutual counsel, undertake common work for the good of the church in a territory. There are many examples in the Eastern Code where bishops are to consult other churches in the same territory. And of course, if you need to do this, it would be helpful to have a structure for these consultations. So if you're not familiar with the Eastern Code, things like seminary formation programs, catechetical programs, norms regarding general absolution, marriage requirements, ecumenical work, taxes for power of governance, so things like dispensations, or offerings for liturgies and celebrations of the sacraments, establishing common ecclesiastical tribunals. All of these things are to be discussed by bishops in a territory, but we don't always have a structure for this to occur. The meetings of the assembly and its membership is defined by the statutes of the assembly. And so a patriarch or a major archbishop in our law of the church, and metropolitans and eparchial bishops would be members by law. Other bishops could be granted membership if the statutes indicate. For example, an auxiliary bishop could be invited. The statutes would specify which churches sua juris would be involved. Maybe we only want the Eastern bishops in a given region. The Latin church might be very large and we want a separate structure, or however that's going to work. Normally, the patriarch would preside at the assembly as the first bishop of that region. If it's not possible, the Holy See would designate another authority to be the president of the assembly. Now, why would we not want the patriarch to do it? Well, maybe in the Middle East, where we have several patriarchs in a given territory, well, which one of them is going to be in charge? Or maybe we'll have a rotation of them, or how is this going to work? In a place where we only have one historical church, that's not so complicated. And 322 continues that when the decrees of the assembly are issued, they are juridically binding, so that the assembly of hierarchs can make real decisions for a church in a territory. They have to be passed with a 2/3 majority and receive a recognitio and have some limitations, but they are real decisions of the body that make common practice. So the assembly can issue statements with juridic force. It's the body that clearly possesses the power of governance, because there are many topics that are common to all the churches in a given region. In Canada, like in many other countries that exist in Europe, we have, for example, state schools that are Catholic schools. How do we relate to the government on those points? That's something that impacts all Eastern Christians. We have, even in Toronto, Eastern Catholic schools. Well, how do our bishops work together on those topics? We don't always have a model for that, and the Assembly of Hierarchs can provide that. The canon indicates that, however, if they exceed their competence, the Assembly of Hierarchs can't appoint bishops, for example, or do things that are proper to the Synod of Bishops. There are lines and limits to their powers. Each assembly is required to have its own statutes, and those are approved by the Holy See. Now, why does the Holy See approve all these things? That actually also comes from the Second Vatican Council. This idea that when we're dealing with the level above the church, so we have a specific church, the Ukrainian Catholic Church, whatever the church might be, when we're above that level, on the level of the different churches working together, the supra-ecclesial level, there's only one competent authority, and that is the Bishop of Rome, who can regulate. He's called the supreme judge of interchurch relations. So that's why he has that special power. It is allowed in Canon 322 to invite participation from churches that are not part of the Catholic communion as much as possible. So, for example, in the Middle East, an assembly can include the participation of Eastern Orthodox, Oriental Orthodox, and Assyrian Church of the East hierarchs. Because there may be many times where we want common pastoral action for the faithful who frequent similar pastoral situations, but especially in the Middle East, or us here, maybe in the diaspora, intermarriage is very common to have intermarriage. And so having a common response to certain pastoral challenges is, of course, a benefit for the family. The Assembly of Hierarchs of several churches sui juris is a canonical structure present only in the Eastern Code that facilitates this inter-ecclesial collaboration. Hierarchs who are members of the assembly can establish common norms so that what is permitted in one church is not completely different than that which is permitted in another. You know, where I live in Toronto, you know, on a given Sunday, there are about 40 different languages where Sunday church, you can have about 40 different languages. And we would want to have not very different things happening, you know. How much does a funeral cost? Practical things. What are the rules for marriage? Who can go to communion? They should be common, so we're not all apart from each other. Common pastoral responses coordinate to deal with challenges of modern culture in a region. This respects the legitimate autonomy of an individual church, but responds to the evolving nature of the church, especially in terms of migration of Christians. Today, we see that the church has a need to develop structures that respond to challenges of the time, are true to a tradition of episcopal collegiality. We talk about synodality a lot in the church today. And at the same time, safeguard and strengthen the bonds of communion. So the Assembly of Hierarchs of several churches sui juris is part of that hierarchical constitution of the whole church, of no specific one church like the Conference of Bishops as part of the Latin Church. And it's directly under the jurisdiction of the Bishop of Rome, who serves as supreme judge of interchurch relations. So I always see two benefits here, two proposals. That first, in those territories where assemblies have not been erected, but we do have a plurality of churches, and we do have many places in the world where many Eastern Catholics live together, and we don't have any structures for them to collaborate as Eastern Catholics. This sometimes is in the traditional Eastern territory, but especially in the so-called diaspora, where assemblies of hierarchs can be explored as a model of collegial activity. This fully respects the idea of the equality of the churches, their liturgical practices, and their proper powers. These structures coexist along the already existing collegial bodies that belong to an individual church, like the Patriarchal Synod, the Council of Hierarchs, or an Episcopal Conference, depending on the context. And these things don't have to be exclusive. We can have an assembly of hierarchs for Eastern Catholic bishops to work together, while maybe they also do participate in the Conference of Bishops with their Latin brothers. They have different purposes, so it's not redundant. Second, these assemblies can be given competencies that reflect the broad possibilities of Canon 322 of the Eastern Code. The assembly should be free to address all questions common to these churches in a given nation that is both deliberative, but also respects the limitations provided by common law. And so we don't need any new law in that sense, but implement a law that already exists and really isn't used. In 2014, maybe you caught this, maybe you didn't, when the war in Ukraine started in 2014, Pope Francis met with a smaller group of the bishops of Ukraine and told them the unity of the episcopate, as well as giving a good example to the people of God, renders an inestimable service to the nation, both on the culture and social plane, and above all, on the spiritual plane. And Pope Francis had a clear proposal saying, I see, therefore, that joint meetings of the bishops of all churches sui juris present in Ukraine are of paramount importance, because unity in the episcopate, especially in time of war, gives unity on the people. Common pastoral activity is of foremost importance, and an assembly of hierarchs facilitates that activity in a spirit of collaboration, but importantly, equality, where the Eastern churches approach each other as equals, as common members of the faith in a given region. And promotion of these Eastern churches needs to be a priority in the church's ecclesial mission. Because if we don't do what we can to support the Eastern churches, we risk their decline, we risk their death, especially in places like Canada and the United States, and we detract from the diversity of the church that, far from subtracting from the church's splendor, we read, contributes to its unity. Thank you very much. I think I'm right on time.
Дякую, отче Олександре.
Thank you, Father Alexander, for your contribution to this conference. And in fact, the Code of Canonical Law, which was adopted many years ago, requires an update, and it's very good that the Eastern Catholic Churches themselves are working on various ways of how this code could be updated and modernized so that it's adjusted to the modern day conditions, because we witness global changes in the world, and something that was relevant 50 years ago may seem not relevant at all today. So our next big conference should be held in Rome. And I think that the matters of canonical law and the contribution of the Eastern Catholic Churches should be very actively discussed there. So thank you very much. And now Taras Kurelets will voice the questions. Well, there is a question from one of our participants, our attendees. So, and this is a question to all of our speakers. So please take 1 minute to respond to this question. So one of the attendees of the conference asks the following. This is a former student of the Ukrainian Catholic University. That is Tatiana Speicher. And her question should, well, be a question to each and every one of our speakers, because this is an interesting question. So the question is, why do you think, what should be the thing the Eastern Catholic Churches should voice with one voice? What exactly is it? Ecumenism, their rights, their involvement to, well, decision-making in the Catholic Churches, their role and impact in the Catholic Church, about their agency, about their right to existence, or about their role in achieving the unity of churches. So I would like each speaker to ask each speaker in the same order as you presented your presentations to answer the question. Father Harsham is not with us, so we should start with Father Edward Ferrugia. Could you please start?
Turn on your microphone, please.
Do you hear me?
Yes, yes, we hear you.
Okay, look, you mentioned a number of alternatives that could unite. In my opinion, the only thing that unites is when people of the same faith give a heartfelt witness of that faith. It may sound old hat, it might sound as being, you know, looking backwards, but it isn't. What we need is a modern, a contemporary witness to the faith of Jesus Christ in the gospel as preached in our church. And this is no small thing. I have only a minute. I think I said it all.
Thank you. And now I would like to ask Father Ivan Letsko to answer this question.
Okay.
If he's with us. And while we can't hear him, so we should proceed to Father Thomas. Could you please answer the question, Professor?
Yourself? Okay.
Okay. I agree completely with Father Farrugia, and I think that was the tone of my paper also. This is the faith that unites us, and a lifestyle that is determined by faith in God as preached by Jesus. This is the only thing that is uniting us, that should unite us. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Дякуємо, отче.
Thank you. And because now it's time for Father Alexander Leszczuk to express his opinion.
So, I mean, I would just echo that. I think that there's a real calling for those in the Christian East to witness their Christian faith. So in Canada, where I live, we have a great secularization. We're now openly discussing euthanasia for mentally ill persons, you know. And Eastern Christians have a calling to witness to the Christian faith, to live that faith and work for the conversion of society. That's something that relates to all Christians. And whether I'm a Ukrainian Catholic, a Maronite, I'm Orthodox, the Christian East has something distinct to bring to that conversation. So we have something to bring to that conversation.
Yes, I'm here. Yes, Father. So I'd like to say that we should remember that the bishops and the priests, their main tasks is saving human souls, salus animarum extremalis. But we live in the community, in a state, among people, and every synod of bishops or conference of bishops in the Catholic Church should know what these people need the most. In our case, in the case of Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, the matter of unity of churches is really of high importance and of priority. And the faithful have to feel that we want to have a dialogue with our Orthodox brothers and with representatives of other denominations, and that we are sincere in these wishes of ours. But I should repeat this idea that each of us has our own voice. We have to respect our own monophony. We have to respect other voices. And that's when we will be able to create the polyphony. And together with the Latin Church, we will be able to create a symphony. So that's Ecclesia semper reformanda. So the church should be, reformed all the time. I would like to thank our presenters for their presence today and for very important ideas and for which we've heard today at our conference, Eastern Catholic Churches, Can They Speak with One Voice? And I would like to remind you that this conference, which lasted for 2 days, is the first conference within a broader topic for research, which we have initiated under the title Eastern Catholic Churches, the Mission of Unity and Catholicism. And the series of will consist of various publishing projects, discussions, and other conferences, which we will announce additionally. And as a conclusion to our today's conference, our institute and our presenters, we would like to make a communique for 1 to 2 pages where we would highlight the main ideas of the conference. So please expect a short communique, a short summary from our institute, and we'll be happy to hear your voice, your opinion about these ideas. And based on the conference we have all participated in, we will publish a volume of proceedings based on the presentations we've heard yesterday and today. And I would like to thank all the participants, all the panelists, and all the attendees of our conference, both those who participated yesterday and those who attended today. I would like to thank our presenters for great presentations. And we would like to thank our donors. This is CNEVA, especially their Canadian representative office. And we would like to thank the French Catholics from Dorion charitable organization for supporting our conference. During this event, we discussed the liturgical and canonical aspects of life and work of Eastern Catholic churches, and many speakers stressed that this one single voice which unites us is, first of all, that testifying by the Gospels and testifying by our faith. We could call it a kind of a universal faith, so to say, which means that there is a unity of the church, and it does not deny the many voices, the diversity of the voices which enrich the universal church. And today we can see that attention to Eastern Catholic Church and their martyrdom and their resistance to totalitarian regime is growing. People start paying more attention to that. And in the pastoral and social life, considering pastoral and social life in Ukraine and in other countries, Eastern Catholic churches play the role not only of the agents who are talked about by the hierarchs, but also the active participants of the process. Of course, the Eastern Catholic churches have common challenges. This is the breaking the stereotypes of the bipolarity of church life, whether it's just the Eastern the theology or Western theology. Eastern Catholic churches offer new models, new approaches to theological and church life, and Eastern Catholic churches also have challenges to deal and change their, refine their tradition and their commitment. Each church sees their particular social context. Another challenge is the faith in this ever secularized world. But these challenges also give us an opportunity to testify of our faith in this modern world. So I would like to thank all attendees and all the panelists for participation in our conference, and we invite you to join further events by the Institute of Ecumenical Studies. Have a good evening. Glory to Jesus Christ. And I would like to ask Father Ivan to conclude our conference with a prayer. We cannot hear Father Ivan. Maybe we would like to ask Father Alexander Leszczuk to pray with us to conclude the conference.
Отця і Сина і Духа, амінь. Отця і Сина і Духа, амінь. Отця і Сина і Духа. Бронце Діво, радуйся, благодатна Марія, Господь з тобою, благословена ти між жінками і благословена підлона Твого. Бо ти породила Христа Спаси, Збавителя душ наших. Пресвятая Богородице, спаси нас. Отця і Сина і Духа, амінь. Отця і Сина і Духа, амінь. Отця і Сина і Духа, амінь.
Дякуємо.
Thank you.
Я ушов.
Отче, було вас чути, але знову ви пропали. Не чуємо.
Father, we can't hear you anymore. We heard you for a second and now we can't hear you anymore.
It's not our problem.
Не чути, отче.
Оля сіне здіває.
Тепер чути?
Тепер чуємо, отче.
Знов не чуємо. Знов не чуємо.
Я не знаю, може ти нас чує?
Завершуємо.